하나 둘. 현장 마이크 소리입니다. 들리실까요? 현장 마이크 소리입니다. 현장 마이크 소리입니다. 현장 마이크 현장 마이크 하나 둘. 현장 마이크 하나 둘. 현장 마이크 하나 둘. 제 노트북이 영어 확실하죠? 저 울 거예요. 화면 틀어달라고 하십니다. 사람을 많이 만들리는데요.
또 렉도 있네. 김 감독 줌 좀 보여달라니까. 인사할 수 있게. 줌하면 여기 보여달라. 응? 그 친구들 얼굴이 안 보이는데? Okay, hi. Hi, Dr. Jones. Hi, Dr. Likuanin. Hi, Dr. Maslov. Hi, Dr. Wang. Well, we are going to open the ceremony at 9:40 or 45. Hello to Seoul. Hi. So we'll open the ceremony at 9:40. So please be connected. 여기 저기 뭐야 영어 접속하는 법 가르쳐 줬니? 저 친구들한테 채널 어떻게 돌아가? 줌에서 들을 때. 영어만 나가? 우리 사업단 채널로? 아니 내가 영어로 하는데 나중에. 그렇지. 접속 코드 안 갔어? 아니야. 어쨌든 쟤들이 틀든 뭐 통역 기능을 하든 라인이 두 개가 있어야지 들을 거 아니야. 그러면 저 친구들한테 영어 통역이 그럼 트랜슬레이트 돼서 나갈 때 줌으로 나가게 해줘야지. 한국말 할 때. 축사, 개회사, 환영사가 전부 지금 나가면 저쪽에 나가는 게 없어. 유튜브 그러면 해? 그럼 유튜브 주소 지금 저쪽에 보내줘. 메모로 보내주라 그래. Okay, when it comes to the opening ceremony, part of the ceremony will be delivered in Korean. So we will typewrite the YouTube access code regarding the ceremony. So you guys can open the YouTube channel and watch the ceremony in English. Thank you. 채팅창에 올려줘. 그래서 저기다가 채팅창으로 해서 보내줘. Okay. 아직 안 들어왔어요. Sorry, Dr. Wang is not online yet, so we are waiting for her to come. The opening ceremony will begin in 2 or 3 minutes. And when it comes to the ceremony will be delivered in Korean. So if you want to watch the ceremony in English, please find the YouTube access code at your chatting channel. Good morning, Dr. Wang. Hi. Okay, so Dr. Wang is online. As I told you, we will begin our opening ceremony at 9:40. When it comes to the opening ceremony, it will deliver in Korean. So if you want to listen to the ceremony in English, try to access the YouTube. You can find the YouTube channel at your chatting board. Okay, we'll start in 2 minutes. Dr. Jones, would you please open the screen? Okay, thank you. Hi again. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen,
접경과 환경,
welcome. I welcome you to the International Symposium under the theme of Border, Environment, Supranational Cooperation and Communication for Carbon Neutrality. I'm the MC for the opening ceremony, and I am Kang Taek-gu of KEI. I would like to thank all our overseas participants for joining us despite the different time zone. Today in Korea, the weather has become quite chilly, and I would like to thank our Korean participants joining us in person today. So let us begin the opening ceremony. We will begin with a welcoming remark by President Kim In-chul of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies.
여러분 안녕하세요. 한국외고대학교
I'm Kim
총장
In-chul, President of Hankuk
교수입니다.
University of Foreign Studies.
오늘 한국
I'd like to congratulate you
환경연구원과
on the opening of
외대
International Conference co-hosted by Korea Environment Institute and HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency at the Center for International Area Studies at HK+Cias. Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, since its founding 67 years ago, has been teaching and fostering talent who are equipped with foreign language skills and international expertise. Our alumni have been playing leading roles in many fields and many positions, not only in Korea, but also around the world, as global citizens representing Korea. Although it is not directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic, global warming has brought about extreme weather events on the Korean Peninsula as well, which remind us of the importance of the environment around us. As we saw in the discussions made during the recent G20 summit, climate change and carbon neutrality have become the most significant topics in the international community. Since environmental issues are transnational issues that transcend borders, it is timely that today's conference is being held on the topic of supranational cooperation and communication for carbon neutrality. This conference is co-hosted by Korea Environment Institute, our national environmental research institution, and HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency, which has focused its research on the northern region and the Korean Peninsula. Through this conference, the two institutions aim to analyze the status quo and discuss solutions for emerging challenges, making today's conference even more meaningful. I look forward to in-depth presentations and discussions today that will make today's conference a successful event. Once again, I'd like to congratulate all of you on hosting the International Conference of Korea Environment Institute and HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency. Thank you, everyone.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
김민철 한국외대 총장님 한 영사가 있었고요.
President Kim In-chul, thank you for your welcoming remark. I apologize for the slight delay, but I believe on YouTube everything was playing smooth. We had a slight technical glitch on our side. I ask for your kind understanding. And next, we will have a congratulatory remark by President Yoon Jae-yong of Korea Environment Institute. Again, we have prepared a video message from him.
박수로 좀 알려주시죠.
Please give him a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, greetings. I am Yoon Jae-yong, President of Korea Environment Institute, or KEI. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the opening of the International Symposium under the theme of Border and Environment, Supranational Cooperation and Communication for Carbon Neutrality, co-hosted with Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Though we are cautiously on our way to recovering our normal life, COVID-19 is still with us, and inevitably, our international experts are joining us virtually. I would like to express my deep gratitude and welcome to those of you joining us virtually, as well as the Korean experts joining us in person. Also, I would like to welcome our on and offline audience joining us at this international symposium today. Welcome. In September this year, our institute changed its name from Korea Environment Policy Assessment Institute to Korea Environment Institute, or KEI. Under our institute, we have KEI North Korea Environmental Information Center, which opened in 2019. Following the mood of reconciliation after a series of inter-Korean summits under this administration, September 19 Pyongyang Joint Declaration was signed in 2018. The joint declaration encompassed issues related to not just politics and military, but also inter-Korean environmental cooperation for preservation and recovery of natural ecosystems, among many courses of action to promote inter-Korean relations. In response to this need for inter-Korean environmental cooperation, KEI established the North Korea Environmental Information Center in order to collect basic information for supporting environmental cooperation policies between the two Koreas, develop related policies, and lay a systematic foundation for enhancing inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation in this aspect. KEI North Korea Environmental Information Center aims to respond to North Korea's environmental challenges and promote sustainable development on the Korean Peninsula by developing various potential environmental cooperation projects as well as researching policies. Furthermore, the center conducts research that takes a comprehensive consideration of the changes in inter-Korean as well as U.S.-North Korea relations for the environment and sustainable development of the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, as was emphasized during the November UN Climate Change Conference of Parties, or COP26 in Glasgow, UK, The era of great transformation in the name of carbon neutrality is dawning upon us. Carbon neutrality in response to climate change is a global challenge of this generation that can no longer be put off. Extreme climate events due to today's climate change lead to frequent unexpected natural disasters, and accumulated temperature rises and also rises in the sea level are resulting in greater threats for the lives of humanity. Such threats are not confined to a single society or a single nation, but could potentially bring about a serious crisis to the human civilization and ecosystem. These threats cannot be addressed by any single actor. What we need right now is the wisdom and joint work of all humanity living in this global community. The Korean Peninsula is no exception. Fortunately, both Koreas are interested in reducing greenhouse gases. The Korean government announced the Carbon Neutrality 2050 plan, while North Korea also published a voluntary national review for SDGs this year, proclaiming to the international community its will and commitment to reduce greenhouse gases. Considering that the environment is a subject of common interest for both South and North Korea, I believe that cooperation for climate crisis response on the Korean Peninsula is one of the most actionable domains for inter-Korean collaboration. In this context, this international symposium is extremely timely and meaningful. I hope that this symposium will be an opportunity for us to pool our wisdom together to explore inter-Korean, Northeast Asian, as well as supranational cooperation and communication for climate action, carbon neutrality, and sustainable development. Furthermore, I hope that this will be an opportunity to build international networks and also boost knowledge exchanges. Once again, I extend my congratulations on the opening of the symposium. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President.
윤재영 원장님께서
President Yoon made his congratulatory remark. As he said, the new era of carbon neutrality is dawning upon us. And if you look at the poster of this symposium, we actually have an illustration of the dawn to show that this new era is upon us. I hope you can see that in our poster. And next, we have an opening remark by Kang Junyoung, head of HK+ National Strategy Research Project Agency. He will be delivering an opening address in person. Please give a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Thank you very much for joining us today, very early morning, for those of you who are joining us in person. And I have heard that President Kim In-cheol was unable to join us in person because of his commitment, and he asked me to deliver his apologies for you. HK+ National Strategy Research Project Agency has 14 different regional institutes. So our agency has 14 regional institutes under its supervision. So we are honored to co-host this symposium together with KEI under the theme of Border Environment, Supranational Cooperation and Communication for Carbon Neutrality. So the National Strategy Research Project Agency works with the Korea Research Foundation to win research projects and conduct research projects outsourced by the National Research Foundation. And we are especially specialized on the research of border areas that are vulnerable so that we can actually think about the coordination collaboration of marginalized areas and regions in Korea, especially along the border area. And therefore, environment is one of the scopes that we conduct research on in this context. Last year and this year, the humanity is living in an unprecedented crisis of COVID-19, but fortunately, recently we have seen the supply of vaccines as well as the development of treatments, so the situation is improving. However, we have not fully recovered to normal life, and also there are people with a pessimistic outlook that we will never go back to our previous life. And coupled with this, climate change and environment destruction continues. We continue to see dramatic climate change and the resulting environmental impact. And this is actually causing negative changes in the aspects of our lives that we have taken for granted. And again, some say that it's difficult to go back to what it was before. Therefore, we have to make sure that we preserve and protect the environment for our future generations. Now, we are joined by our international audience today, virtually on Zoom. I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you once again. And also, I would like to thank all the presenters today who will be speaking under the grand theme of border and environment, supranational cooperation and communication for carbon neutrality. And we will also talk about inter-Korean relations as well as the potential cooperation between the two countries in the domain of the environment. And I would also like to thank the discussants joining us and also the presenters joining us from Korea as well. And I also deeply appreciate the hard work of KEI, Mr. Kang Taek-gu and Mr. Yoon Jae-young, the president of KEI. Thank you very much for your commitment to this symposium today. I hope that this symposium will be an opportunity for all of us, the speakers as well as the audience, to rethink about the theme of supranational cooperation and communication for carbon neutrality. And I truly hope that this will be a productive session with enriching presentations and discussions for all of us. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Kang.
강준영 HK+국가전략사업단
Mr. Kang Junyoung, head of HK+ National Strategy Research Project Agency, delivered his opening address. Before we begin session 1,
온라인으로 참석해 주신 분들하고
I would like to take this opportunity to take a picture with both online and offline audience to remember this occasion. So those of you who are joining us in person, please come forward onto the podium. One, two, three. Once again, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. once again.
Okay, we'll begin at 10 o'clock on time, so we have 2 minutes. 그렇네. 토론자들 다 앞으로 나와주세요. 토론자들. 왜냐하면 와홍샤 선생이 지금 조금 이따 가셔야 되기 때문에. 근데 질문하실 분이 있나? 지금 와홍샤 준비했어요? 오케이, 야. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Good morning to you, Hawaii, Beijing, Tokyo, and Moscow. And also my greetings to ladies and gentlemen and my dear fellow colleagues and all the audiences on YouTube online. I'm Kyung Jung, the Vice Head of HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency for National Research Foundation of Korea at Center for International Area Studies in Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I feel it my honor to take the role of chairman in this meaningful international conference. This conference is co-hosted by Korea Environment Institute and HK+ Research Agency. Actually, we co-hosted an international conference last year on December the 1st of 2020 under the title of Seeking Supranational Cooperation for the Sustainable Development of the Korean Peninsula. Some of today's participants joined the conference too, and glad to see you, Dr. Jones, again. And I would like to express my special thanks to Dr. Lukonin, as it is 4 o'clock in the morning in Moscow. It is not easy to wake up in the morning and join the conference, but Dr. Lukonin gladly accepted our offer, and he is with us now. Thank you again. And this year's title is Border and Environment, Supranational Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality. We have 4 presenters and 4 discussants from 5 different countries today. And let me introduce them one by one briefly. And if you want to know them more precisely, you can find their resume at the profile book, which was distributed at the reception when you registered. The first presenter is Rhys Jones from University of Hawaii. He will present under the title, The Border Wall on the Korean Peninsula in Global Context. Good morning, Dr. Jones.
Good morning.
Okay. The second presenter is Dr. Wang Hongxia from Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences. The title of Dr. Wang's article is China's Low Carbon Economy, Trends and Outlook. 你好.
Good morning, everyone.
The third presenter is Dr. Sergei Lukonin from Institute of World Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The title of Dr. Lukonin's article is Environmental Agenda and Practice of Using ESG Criteria in Russia. Good morning, Dr. Lukonin.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
The last presenter is Dr. Sebastian Maslow from Sendai Shirayuri Women's College. Dr. Maslow will present under the title Japan's Energy and Climate Change Policy, Domestic and International Initiatives Towards a Carbon Neutral Society. Good morning, Dr. Maslow.
Good morning from Japan.
Yep, we have such various topics today, and I'm sure that it will give us a chance to think of the carbon neutrality and future cooperation of the global society for reaching carbon neutrality. We have 4 discussants. First of all, Kim Jin-hyung from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Good morning, Dr. Kim. And Shim Chang-seop from Korean Environment Institute. Good morning. Lee Kwang-tae from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. And Lee Seung-hee from Gyeonggi University. Okay, thank you. Owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, unfortunately, we have no able to have online conference like this today, but I don't think it will dampen the ideas and insights of my dear fellow colleagues. When it comes to the presentation order, Dr. Wang would be the first, and Dr. Jones, Dr. Lukonin, and Dr. Maslow. As Dr. Wang was suddenly called by the Communist Party yesterday to join a special meeting today, it would be better for her to be the first presenter. After presentation, I'll give some minutes for discussants to raise questions and make comments. And after Dr. Wang leaves, we can listen to 3 presenters' presentation one by one, and then we can have a chance of discussion all together. I will give 20 minutes to each presenter for the presentation, and the discussants can have 10 minutes. We don't have designated discussant today, so you can freely express your opinion regarding the topic. And please be sure to keep time. I'll give you an allot when you have just 5 minutes to go, like this. Okay, so let Dr. Wang present first. After the first presentation and discussion, the presenters are asked to present one by one, and after all the presentations have made, the discussants can take their part. And after that, I will give 5 minutes to each presenter to answer the questions and comments of the discussants, and I will wrap up the session. Thank you. So I think it would be better we start now. I give the mic to the first presenter, Dr. Wang, please.
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be here, and thanks Chairman, and thank you everyone. I think I can share my computer screen. I have a PPT. Do you need it?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you.
I can share. Okay. How to share?
Okay, Dr. Wang, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. I'll share my screen. Okay. Is it okay?
Okay, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you. My presentation is on China's low carbon economy. I want to give some trends and outlook from my viewpoint. My presentation including 4 parts. First, I want to give some brief introduction. Then, I want to talk about the current situation of China's carbon emissions, and then China's low carbon transition and the future of our the transition process. And the last one is the development trends and prospects of China's low carbon economy. And firstly, I want to give some brief introduction. As we know, and now we are facing the very big challenges from climate change and carbon dioxide emission peak and carbon neutrality is our common tasks. On September 22, 2020, China proposed as the United Nations General Assembly that China's carbon emissions should strive to reach a peak before 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. And as we know, yesterday, at the end of COP26, we have many issues about this carbon emission. For example, the goal of 1.5 level and so on. I think this is very important background for our low carbon economic development. And how about China's today's carbon emission? I want to give some pictures. Now, we can see that current state of our China's carbon emissions. In general, China's total carbon emissions in 2020 was about 9 billion tons, accounting for about 13% of global carbon emissions. As this data from the BP, the newest data they issued on July 2021. And we can see that China now accounts about 30%, and we are the largest emitter. And the other countries, for example, the United States, about 13, and other countries, the most of about a low 10%. Yeah, 10%. And from the total carbon emissions by country from 1980 to 2020, we can see that about China is also the largest carbon emitters, especially you can see that from about 2004 or 2005, we are the largest one than the United States. And cumulatively, the United States has emitted almost twice as much carbon as China. So if we totally count the carbon emission since 1950. And this data is from the CNN, the carbon brief. We can see that the United States is the largest emitter in the world since 1950. And from the perspective of the per capita carbon emissions, we can see that China is a huge country of, we are a huge country of about 1.4 billion people. So this large population makes sense that it would emit more than small nation overall. But by the index of emissions per capita, the average our person emits quite a bit less than the average America. You can see that from the figure 3, we can find that China per capita carbon emission is about 7 tons per person, but the United States and the Russia and South Korea and the Japan are also higher, and German higher than China by the index of per capita carbon emission. And by the carbon intensity, we can see that China's carbon emission per unit GDP in 2020 is about 6.7 metric tons per 10,000 US dollars, which is about the world average. We can see China is here, and the world is here. And this is about many countries in the world. And the current state of carbon emissions structure of China, we can see that China's emissions mainly come from the second industry sector. We can see that this is our 3 industry. Yeah, the primary industry, the secondary industry, and the tertiary industry. We can find that the second industry sector is our main emitters. At present, the share of carbon emission in the secondary industry is about still around about 18.4%. It's very large and high. And secondly, I want to talk about China's low carbon transition and its features. China's low carbon transition process, if we along the policy timeline, we can find that very clearly. We can put them in 3 stages. The first is the extensive development stage before 1997. And the second is from 1997 to 2010, the stage of rapid growth of carbon emission with the energy saving and emission reduction governance. And the third stage is since 2011 as a stage of comprehensive carbon emission reduction. We can see very clearly from the this picture the trends of China's energy intensity, carbon intensity, and carbon emission per capita from 1918 to 2020. We can see the 3 stages of our carbon emission transition process. It's very clearly. And the carcass of China's low carbon transition, we can draw a conclusion that the following features. First is the growth rate of total carbon emission and the level of per capita carbon emission have been significantly controlled in recent years by the growth rate per annum from 2009 to 2019. We can find that during this period, China, the carbon growth rate per annum is about 2.43%. It's a bit higher than the total world average, but it's lower than the India and some countries. And since 2013, we can find that China's per capita carbon emissions level have been effectively controlled. You can, from the carbon emission per capita, you can find that since 2013, this index is mainly maintained at the same level. And especially since 2018, we can find that the annual growth rate of per capita carbon emission has shown clear downward trend. We can see from the picture, the figure 9, we can find that this very clearly. And second, we found that China's carbon emission intensity has declined faster than that of the world average since 2004. By this index, we can see that very clearly. You can find that the annual growth rate of carbon emission intensity trace since 1991 to 2018. This data from the World Bank. We can find China is low here. Yeah, we low the world average, and we low the East Asia Pacific and middle income country. And thirdly, China's energy consumption structure has been rapidly optimized since 2011, but is still dominated by fossil energy. We can see this by the figure 11, the proportion to total energy consumption. We can find that even at the end of 2019, China's coal consumption accounts for about 57.7% of total energy consumption, although it's decreased compared to 2011. Overall, the proportion of fossil energy such as coal and oil in China's energy consumption is still as high as about 76.6%, and this is very high. If we analyze it by the electricity production, we can find that the coal-based thermal power generation provides about 64.7% of the current electricity energy in China. We can see this from the figure 12. Our power generation by source, we can find the coal is very important. Finally, our industrial structure adjustments, energy consumption structure, and decline in energy intensity are all important factors that promote China's low carbon process. And in addition, we found that the technical innovations and the slowdown in China's economic growth since 2011 has also reduced the growth of carbon emission to a certain extent, and to promote the process of our carbon reduction. And now I want to talk about briefly the development trends and prospects of our China's low carbon economy. Now, China's low carbon economic policy focuses on carbon intensity control and supplements total carbon emission control. This is proposed in our 14th five-year plan. And some trends, I think that first is it will be a low carbon economy based on optimization and adjustment of the national economic structure and industrial structure. This can maybe shows in the followings. The first is low carbon development of national economic development mode will be changed during our carbon reduction process. We have proposed take the reduction of energy consumption and carbon emission per unit of GDP as indicator constraints in our GDP tasks. And I think this is very important for our carbon deduction process. And second is optimize and adjust the industrial structure to promote low carbon development. We will see that the promote the optimization of the industrial structure, and we may be this is a very important process for us to achieve low carbon development. You can see that our share of contribution to the three structures of industry and the carbon emissions industry commission, compare these two figures, we can find that maybe the secondary industry is our carbon reduction is a very important sector for our carbon reduction. Yeah, and the third, we think that the control carbon emissions from sector that are the main direct source of carbon emissions, and to promote low carbon development in the industrial sector. This is more important, especially in our manufacturing industry sectors. We can see the total energy consumption by sector. The manufacturer is our main source of the carbon emissions. And this is in detail industry, we can find the sub-industry of promotions to total energy consumption in manufacturing industry. And the second trend maybe is that energy structure optimization and low carbon economic development based on energy consumption and needs. Low carbon development along the source of energy use maybe is very easy for us to carbon reduction. To control carbon emissions in the fields of energy use. Now we are adjust our energy structure. We have proposed some goals. For example, by 2025, our carbon emissions per unit of GDP will reduce by 18% compared to 2000 to now. And to the proportion of non-fossil energy consumption will reach about 20%, and so on. You can find in my paper in details. And by 2025 and 2030, we all propose our goals of carbon reduction in energy consumption adjustment and so on. And the second, is low carbon development along the source of energy use technologically. This means that we are control and reduce carbon emissions and promote the development of low carbon economy by the technological routes of carbon emissions, including clean energy use and technical innovation of carbon emissions. The clean energy use, now we can see that China's industry sector are improve our new clean energy use, including wind, solar, and especially our new energy vehicles or our wind power and photovoltaic power generation equipment manufacturing industry now is a world most complete industry chain. This is very clear trends. And low carbon economy is a way of production and way of life. So the third trend, also the last one, is to comprehensively promote green and low carbon development. We are to establish a carbon reduction ecosystem for production and life, and set up a low carbon economy systematically. We can see that we have proposed some key areas of China's low carbon economy, including production, circulation, consumption, green infrastructure system and green technology innovation system. We are doing our carbon reduction process in every field, including energy structure adjustment, emission reduction in key areas, financial emission reduction support, technical carbon innovation, and ecological carbon sequestration. And this is my point of view, and welcome comments. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Okay. Thank you for keeping the time, and we could understand China's efforts to decreasing the carbon emission. And I will give a mic to discussants. All of you can have 10 minutes, so each of you can have 2 or 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, Dr. Kim from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies.
Hi, Professor Wang. I'm Jin-Young Kim, HK Research Professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. First of all, I'd like to thank to project investigator Professor Kang, Jun-Young, and KEI for organizing prominent scholar and researcher with timely topic and issue. All right, regarding to the article of Professor Wang, titled Chinese Low Carbon Economy, it suggests that transformation of economic structure in China would contribute to decreasing carbon-related emissions and activities, which is promising for the future of both domestic and global ecosystem. I have largely 2 questions. As many experts might concern, China's effort to reduce carbon emission would influence more on global supply chain than the current, especially for coal-based sectors such as urea solution currently in Korea and ship transportation, right? But I would support China's governmental commitment to carbon neutral economy because we might argue that constraint or shock to global supply can facilitate innovation for environmental friendly alternatives. At this moment, my first question is that, do you know and introduce any governmental efforts or implementation already to develop new innovative technology toward carbon neutral economy? For example, any advanced nuclear reactor or any alternatives for coal-related industries. And I'm wondering how the central government and you as an economist might consider impact of carbon neutral economy related policies on China's domestic manufacturing sector, such as localized job losses. Some might argue that it would hurt local manufacturing sector more than we expect, kind of job lost. There might be huge gap between secondary sector and technological sector jobs in terms of job qualifications. Any government plan for that? Of course, I agree with China's overall economic structure is transforming from secondary to tertiary-based economy. But if we consider spatial differences, if we look at differences among 3 economic regions, Western and Central regions of China are still based on secondary industry, and in addition to there are lots of construction of urban area. In addition to economic foundation to connect with more advanced regions or economy. My second question is that, are there governmental efforts or policies to minimize localized job losses from the enhanced governmental priority to carbon neutral or green economy? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kim. And any other questions? No questions? Okay. Then Dr. Wang, would you answer briefly to Dr. Kim's question, please?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kang. And I think I can answer simply about two of your questions. The first, I think you have talked about now we have many trends in technology innovation in carbon reduction or energy use. And I think in China, according to our research, we know that we have many we have many efforts in the technology innovation in those fields. And about the nuclear new power or others, I think this is as usual our technology innovation goes on very well. And according in our economic fields, we know that the trends in technology innovation in solar power and in wind power, and also such as solar and wind power related industries. This is our market, the market important. Yeah, this is what the most most popular by our market, by the market funds or our or others capitals or other other things. They are putting more about on the now wind, the solar, and including and this new energy news and the new energy technology innovation. And this is about today's trends in technology innovation now in China. And we have also many industry policies to stimulate this industry to develop. We have set up many funds, and we have proposed many policies to encourage our firms to develop such new energy news. And this is the first answer. This is the first to your first question. And the second, I think I can give a simple answer about, as you have mentioned, during the adjustment of our energy consumption structure and the carbon emission structure adjustment, it is inevitable that maybe it will hurt the secondary industry, or it will hurt the secondary the manufacturing industry development. That's why I emphasized we must maintain our industry structure at a level of very better structure to maintain our economic development. So this is a very I think this is not an easy task for our government to maintain a better industry structure. At the same time, we can reduction our carbon emission very quickly. This task is very is not very easy. I think this is true in today's China. And as to if it hurts our local jobs or others, I think this is not very clear in today's China's employment market and our macroeconomic development, because as I have shown in my presentation, today China's industry structure now is changing into the third sector, the third industry, as the main support of our economic growth. So now our third service sector has large employment, has large jobs for our economy. So I think this is to some extent help our adjustment of our industry adjustment during the carbon reduction process. And we also have much more policies to maintain local jobs, especially to maintain our medium and small enterprises to have a better market development. This is very true. It is very important for local government and our central government to maintain our industry structure is very healthy and sustainable to maintain our economic development. At the same time, we can achieve our our carbon reduction as well. This is my simple answer. I think I don't know whether to answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang. Well, it was an interesting topic, and we are really sorry to let you go now, but we know that you have a special meeting for Communist Party. So thank you again for your presentation and answer to the questions raised by Dr. Kim. And we will contact you via email after the session. Okay, thank you, Dr. Wang. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, the second presenter is Dr. Rhys Jones from University of Hawaii at Manoa, and his title is The Border Wall on the Korean Peninsula in Global Context. I'm really looking forward to listening to Dr. Jones' presentation because we know that we live in a quite certain atmosphere, the divided Korea. So, please, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad to join this conference again this year. I had a really enjoyable and informative time last year at the conference, and I'm happy to be back. I do wish I could be there in person. So maybe in a future iteration, we'll finally get past the COVID challenges that we're facing, and we can be there together. But today I'm coming to you from Honolulu. So. Yeah, what I'm going to do today is, so while Dr. Wang talked about the carbon neutrality part of the conference theme, I'm going to focus more on the borders part of it. And specifically, I'm going to talk about the border walls around the world, which is something that I've been doing research on for a number of years. And so I'm going to share that work with you today. So just a quick outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'll start out by giving an overview of the turn to border walls that we've seen in countries around the world. So there's, of course, a barrier on the Korean Peninsula, but there are dozens more of these border walls that have been built in the last few years. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the geography of that. Then I'll spend the middle part of the talk talking about the changing purpose of borders over the last few centuries, really, take a broader historical view, but to explain why so many countries are building walls right now, and really the negative impact that that'll have on our ability to do cross-border cooperation. Because as the theme of this conference suggests, we're at a moment where we need to work together, to come together at a regional and a global scale to address issues around the environment, but also immigration and economic issues. But instead, we're seeing a lot of countries focusing on divisions and putting up more walls on their borders. And then briefly at the end, I'll put the wall on the Korean Peninsula into this global context and think about how it's actually quite different in purpose than most other border walls that have been built in the last few years. And during the presentation, I'll talk about how it's distinct. So a lot of countries around the world have been expanding their infrastructure at borders. This has meant more border agents at the border. This has meant new surveillance technologies at borders. It means a lot more security officials at borders. But probably the best way to visualize the turn to hardened borders globally is through the construction of walls. So in my own research, I've done work in the US-Mexico border. This is a picture near El Paso, Texas, that I took of the border wall the US built in 2007 and 2008, prior to Donald Trump's efforts to build border walls. But the US is not alone in building a border wall in the last few years. Countries around the world have been doing the same thing. In Israel, Israel has walls on most of its borders that it's built with different countries. This is a picture I took near Bethlehem a few years ago of the wall construction there. Turkey has been building extensive border walls on its border with Syria. Greece has a new border wall that it built on its border with Turkey. In fact, many of the countries in Europe have been building border walls. Probably you've been following the news just this week about the things happening on the border with Poland and Belarus, where there's a dispute about migration, and there's been talk of building even more border walls there. But countries like Hungary have been building border walls. This is the border with Serbia. Spain has border walls on its border with Morocco. A lot of people aren't aware that Spain has two enclaves in Africa, Spanish cities on the African continent, and they have walls all around those cities. Even a country like Norway has built a border wall in the last few years. So it really is a global turn towards the construction of walls. So with a colleague at the University of Quebec at Montreal, Elizabeth Vallée, and some of her students, Zoe Barry and Jocelyn Guillarmou, we calculated how many border walls there are around the world. And what we see is a really recent trend. At the end of World War II, there were about 5 border walls anywhere in the world. And even through the year 2000, so if you look somewhere right around here, there are about 15 border walls in the world. Whereas today there's 70 of these border walls. So 3/4 of the walls that have been built around the world were built in the last 20 years. And so there's been this kind of really dramatic turn towards building walls on borders. Just a few weeks ago, the Deutsche Welle, the German news source, put together a chart kind of showing where these different walls are in different places around the world. And so you can get a sense of it here. Every continent but Antarctica and Australia have border walls of some kind. They're throughout Asia, Africa, the Middle East, a lot in Europe, and even a few in South America, which has relatively few compared to other places. So what my work has looked at over the last decade is to think about why countries are building these border walls, and then what impact do the walls have on people who encounter them. So I had a book called Border Walls that came out in 2012 and Violent Borders in 2016. What I argue about walls is that they're increasingly used in a symbolic way, because scholars have demonstrated over and over again that walls are not really that effective at stopping movement through a border space. People can go around them, people can go over them with a ladder if they're not guarded at all times, they can go under them with tunnels. At the US-Mexico border, for example, the Border Patrol has found over 250 tunnels under the wall there in the last 20 years. Similarly, there is an extensive network of tunnels under the Korean DMZ as well. So what scholars have said is that for the most part, these walls are more performative. They are a symbolic act on the part of politicians to demonstrate that they're doing something about these issues that are happening at borders. So they become the place for contested performances of territorial control, of separation, of identity, of who belongs on one side or the other. But they're also places where we see protests and resistance as well. And so I talk about all these issues in my book. Okay, so now I'll talk a little bit about why all these walls are being built right now. What is it that's changed about the purpose of borders that has led to this increase in construction of walls today? So to do that, I'm gonna read to you a pretty long quote from a scholar named James C. Scott, where he talks about the changing state system over the last few thousand years, really. And I'm going to read that to you because I think that the purpose of the changes of borders is related to that, because as states have changed purposes, so have the ways that they've understood their borders. So Scott says, this is from his book, The Art of Not Being Governed, which looks at Southeast Asia. But he says, in the broad sweep of history, you can think of first a stateless era, where there are no countries anywhere in the world, right? And this is the longest period of human history, where there are no large state structures. Then second, there's an era of small-scale states encircled by vast and easily reached peripheries. So states are starting to form, but they're not bumping up against each other, and the edges of the land that they control isn't really that significant. A third period is a period where those spaces between the states are shrunken and beleaguered by the expansion of state power. And then finally, he describes a period of administered space. And so that would be really just the period after World War II, where all of the land in the world is assigned to a particular country, and borders between them become fairly fixed. So my contribution to this story has been to argue how the purpose of borders has changed through these different periods. And so what I've argued in my work is that the oldest purpose of a border is as a military defensive line. So this is probably best visualized with the Great Walls of China or medieval city walls. So this is from that earlier period before the state was kind of the dominant political form and before we had global political maps to describe the locations of different states. So in this previous era, the military lines era, there wasn't an agreement between different groups about who controlled territory. Instead, states would expand out and take more territory if they could, but then they'd get pushed back if they couldn't control that space. At the same time, outside groups might raid into their lands to take their resources. So we see a lot of walls built during this period of time as ways to protect those resources from the threat of invasion. So you can think of the Great Walls of China, which were meant to stop raids by horseback people coming from the north, or medieval city walls as a similar thing that protected resources in a particular place. that starts to change in the 1600s, when in Europe, there becomes a different system for organizing political territory. Scholars often connect this to the Peace of Westphalia. It's also closely tied to the advances in cartography that allow humans to visualize the world from above, and to draw a map and then to draw a border on that map. So what we see in this new era is that instead of going to war with each other over territory, countries start to agree on a borderline, and say everything on that side is yours, everything on this side is mine. I agree not to go over there if you agree not to come over here, right? So borders become this marker of different political systems. This system culminates with the creation of the United Nations, right? So the United Nations serves as a clearinghouse for global claims of sovereignty and borders. So when a country joins the UN, they agree to respect the borders of all of the other countries that are members of the UN. During this era, because of this agreement on where borders are, the need to mark a border with a wall becomes less significant. For example, if you think about the border between the United States and Canada, the United States is not worried that Canada is going to invade across that border, right? That's not the purpose that border serves anymore. Instead, it's a marker of different political, economic, and cultural systems. So we don't see many border walls during this era. The only ones that do get built during this period of time are ones like the one on the Korean Peninsula, which is a hearkening back to that older purpose of a military defensive line where an agreement over the territory isn't worked out yet. But most borders are worked out in this era, and we don't see a lot of wall construction. The walls start to be built, though, in the era of globalization. So what we start to see is by the 1970s and 1980s, as wealth has really accumulated in particular places, and population growth is happening in other parts of the world, we see a lot more pressure on movement, where people are wanting to move from poorer areas to wealthier areas of the world. And the purpose of borders starts to shift during this period to become the place to prevent these movements of the poor. And so it's during this era that I argue that we see a lot of wall construction around the world, both about controlling the threat of armed groups from entering a particular territory, like the language around terrorism, but more frequently as anti-immigration barriers, so that walls become the place to prevent the movement of the poor from coming into a particular country. So I think you can divide up the walls that we see in the world really into three types today. There are a few examples of that older military line, like the Korean DMZ, but most of the other border walls that are built today are either justified about terrorism. So for example, in Israel, you'll see that language used a lot. In the US as well, when the first border wall was built there, that was an important justification. But then secondly, we see a lot of the walls being about immigration as being kind of the key idea that's driving the construction of these walls. Okay, so let's move to the last part of the talk, and let's think a little bit about how the border wall on the DMZ fits into that global context. And I've already kind of suggested the answer to that. So you all, of course, are familiar with the demilitarized zone that runs from the West Sea to the East Sea across the Korean Peninsula. It's a zone that's 250 kilometers long. It's established, of course, in June 1953 with the Armistice Agreement, but it's not an agreed upon border, right? So it's not like all of the other borders that are being established during this period of time, where the countries on both sides agree that that's the permanent line between their countries. They recognize each other's sovereignty as they join the United Nations, right? So the Korean DMZ is hearkening back to that older purpose of barriers as a military line. And indeed, it's among the most militarized places in the world, right? With heavy military presence on both sides of that barrier. The DMZ fences that exist, there's barriers on both sides, as I'm sure you're all aware, razor wire, barbed wire, fencing on both sides of the border. The previous image, you could see the South Korean side. The North Korean side as well has similar sorts of infrastructure built there. The North Korean side, though, in some ways is also harkening back to a past purpose of a border wall, because it's in some ways akin to the Berlin Wall, in that its purpose is to keep people in rather than keeping people out, as many of the other border walls that have been built. The wall, though, on the Korean Peninsula has also been politicized. I talked about before how walls in and of themselves are not really an effective security measure, right? It's an ancient technology that there are many more modern ways to control space and territory. So it often is more of a symbol of the inside and outside space. And we see that with the way that the border wall on the Korean Peninsula has been described. Kim Il-sung in 1990 complained in a speech of the massive concrete border wall that South Korea had built on the border, which he said was 5 to 8 meters high and 19 meters thick, and that ran the entire length of the border, right? And that the South was doing this very divisive thing. Of course, no such thing exists, right? It's an imaginary wall, but nevertheless, it becomes that powerful symbol. And it's been repeated on North Korean state media 150 times that such a wall exists there on the Korean Peninsula. I think that's similar to a lot of other walls that exist, like Trump's border wall, right? That it becomes a powerful symbol of an idea rather than necessarily the functional thing on the border itself. Couple connections just to make. There are a few other examples of this defensive type of border wall that still exist. You can think of the berm between Western Sahara and Morocco as also a defensive military line where there's not an agreement on the territory, and there's a wall built on that border. Similarly, the line of control in Kashmir between India and Pakistan is from the same era and harkens back to this older purpose of a military defensive line. Okay, so in conclusion, I know I probably only have a minute or two left. We see a global trend towards these hardened and walled borders, where countries are building these massive structures on those borders to prevent movement in these areas, but often they're really functioning more as a symbol of division, a symbol of nationalism, a symbol of separation between the two sides. And so since this conference is about thinking of ways to work together on environmental issues, I think the global trend to constructing these border walls is concerning because it symbolizes increased divisions between different states, increased divisions between different people. So rather than looking to spaces for connections, borders globally have been places to put up walls between each other rather than building the bridges that we need to have going forward into the future. So thanks so much for having me and for your time. And I look forward to your questions after the other presentations.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jones. It's really quite interesting to listen to your presentation, and I haven't realized that there are so many border walls in the world. Well, as a Korean, we are not accustomed to the definition of a border because we just can watch the demilitarized zone, And even though once we lived on the peninsula, now we live in a kind of island. So when you look at the front cover of the profile book, you can see some birds which can go freely, come and go through the border. And we hope, it's really weird to see such many border walls in this era of globalization when the people go and come free. So we can have many interesting questions and comments after the presentation of others. And next presenter is Dr. Sergei Lukonin from Institute of World Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences. His title is Environmental Agenda and Practice of Using ESG Criteria in Russia. Please, Dr. Lukonin, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me a floor, dear moderator. And first of all, let me express my gratitude to the organizers of such a great and very important event. And as you said earlier, I would like to talk about the environmental agenda in Russia and using the ESG criteria in Russia. First of all, I would like to talk about international agreements. Russia had joined almost all major international documents defining the global environmental agenda. Among them, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change of 1992, Russia ratified it in 1994, Kyoto Protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change of 1997, Russia ratified it in 2004. Of course, the Paris Agreement of 2015, Russia, like other participating countries, signed it in 2016 and ratified it in 2019. And the last one, Declaration on Forests and Land Use, proposed at the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference in November 2021. Russia also participates in a number of multilateral treaties and agreements in the field of environmental protection within the framework of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Eurasian Economic Union, and the Commonwealth of Independent States. For example, within the framework of Eurasian Economic Union, it is the agreement on the transboundary movement on hazardous waste through the customs territory of the Eurasian Economic Union, and so on. Within the Commonwealth of Independent States, it is the agreement on cooperation in the field of environmental protection and the agreement on information cooperation in the field of ecology and environmental protection, and so on. There are also a number of bilateral agreements, for example, with South Korea, agreement on the protection of migratory birds, as well as the framework agreement on cooperation in the field of environmental protection. With China, it is agreement on joint protection on forests from fires, agreement on cooperation in the joint development of forest resources, and agreement on cooperation in the field of research and use of the world ocean. With Germany, it is a framework agreement on cooperation in the field of environmental protection, as well as memorandum of understanding on cooperation between the Committee of Russian Federation for Geology and the Use of Subsurface Resources and the Federal Institute for Geological Science and Natural Resources of Germany. And even with the United States, it is framework agreement on cooperation in the field of environmental protection and natural resources. Similar treaties, agreements, protocols, and memoranda have been concluded between Russia and the United Kingdom, Belgium, Finland, Sweden, and other countries. And on the basis of supranational organizations, within the framework of international agreements, Russia participates in the implementation of some international environmental projects, for example, in the program for the conservation of Arctic flora and fauna of the Arctic Council. We have a lot of federal laws in Russia. The basic Russian national documents in the field of environmental protection is the Federal Law on Environmental Protection. Its main terms are further specified by federal laws on protection of atmospheric air, on production waste, on environmental expertise, on specially protected natural territories, and so on. One of the main Russian strategic documents in the field of environment is Environmental Safety Strategy of the Russian Federation for the period up to 2025, which involves the following tasks. The first one, reducing the level of air pollution, increasing the level of waste disposal, preventing water pollution and improving water quality in polluted facilities, introducing innovative environmental technologies in production, as well as preserving the biological diversity of terrestrial and marine ecosystems. And the last one, on November 1st, 2021, the Russian government approved a strategy for the social economic development of Russia with low greenhouse gas emissions until 2050. The priority of that strategy is to reduce in the period from 2021 to 2050 the accumulated volume of net greenhouse gas emissions in Russia to lower values in comparison with the same indicators of the European Union. It is assumed that further implementation of that strategy will allow achieving even carbon neutrality by 2060. But now a final plan of specific measures for the implementation of that strategy is still being developed. There are also several projects implemented in Russia now. For example, the National Project Ecology and the part of it two federal projects, Clean Air and Best Available Technologies. The National Project Ecology is aimed at the effective management of production and consumption waste, the elimination of unauthorized landfills, reducing the level of pollutants into the atmosphere, improving the quality of drinking water, preserving the unique water systems of Lake Baikal and Lake Teletsskaya, and so on. All sub-projects are designed until 2024 and assumes financing in the amount of about 60 billion, equivalent of about $60 billion. And in that projects involved various ministries and departments, for example, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, the Ministry of Construction, Russian State Atomic Energy Corporation, Rosatom, and so on. In general, these projects provide for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, stimulate Russian business to introduce the best green technologies, and also to develop regulation of emission quotas. Considering the above, Russia officially supports the main global initiatives aimed at protecting the environment and is quite deeply integrated into the emerging global environmental legal regime. A broad environmental protection regime and a body of laws and regulations have also been formed within Russia, which establishes the main direction of the Russian environmental strategy, its specific goals and indicators, as well as responsibility for violations of Russian environmental legislations. Now I would like to talk about the obligation. Under the Kyoto Protocol, Russia has committed itself to reduce total annual greenhouse gas emissions in the period of from 2008 to 2012 by an average of 5% compared to 1990 levels. According to the data of Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation, from 1991 to 2015, Russia was the world leader in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In 2015, Russia's greenhouse gas emissions from all sources were 44% lower than in 1990, and this is one of the highest reduction rates in the world. Greenhouse gas emissions from the energy sector in 2015 were 99% lower than in 1990, from fuel combustion decreased by 39%, from industrial processes by 28%, and from agriculture activities by 60%. Within the framework of Paris Agreement, Russia has set a goal for itself to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 to 75% relative to 1990 indicators, including taking into account the absorption capacity of forests. The structure of emissions by sector in Russia has remained relatively stable over the past decades. Most of the greenhouse gas emissions traditionally fall on the energy sector. Its share in the total volume of emissions in Russia in 2018 was about 80%, which is by 1.7 percentage points less than in 1990. The share of emissions from industry was 11%. It's by 2.1 percentage points higher than in 1990. And the share of emissions from agriculture was 5.7%, and it is 3 percentage points lower than in 1990. In general, in 2018, the volume of greenhouse gas emissions from the Russian industrial sector decreased by almost 15% compared to 1990. It means that at the first sight, it's very important, only at the first sight, Russia has exceeded its commitments under the Kyoto Protocol and, according to the most indicators, successfully fulfills its obligations under the Paris Agreement. And here is some statistical problem. I will talk about it a little bit later. Now I would like to talk about interim results. So during 1990, 1998, there was a significant decrease in greenhouse gas emissions in Russia due to the general deterioration of the economic situation after the collapse of the Soviet Union, namely the degradation of industry and the disappearance of some of the Soviet industries. In 1999 to 2008, during the period of economic recovery, which took place in both production and consumptions, emissions showed steady growth, but the increase in emissions during this period was significantly lower than their reduction in the 1990s after the Soviet Union collapse. In 2009, there was a decline in emissions associated with the 2008 global economic crisis affecting the Russian Federation. In 2010, 2012, during the post-crisis economic recovery, emissions began to increase again. And in 2013-2014, total greenhouse gas emissions decreased somewhat again due to the negative economic situation associated with the Ukrainian crisis and the subsequent anti-Russian sanctions. In recent years, the total greenhouse gas emissions increased slightly, but in the 2090-2012, Russia has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 4%. This is above the global average and slightly below the level of G7 countries. In general, in the period from 2000 to 2012, the Russian Federation reduced CO2 emissions faster than many countries by an average of 2.7% per year against 1.5% of the global average. However, the rate of reduction has decreased. If before the Paris Agreement in 2010-2015 they were 3.6% per year, then after it an average of 1.9%, and this was partly due to the launch of the import substitution program. I mean the development of certain types of industries on the territory of Russia. Despite the Russian participation in international treaties, a broad base of national environmental legislation, as well as the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, it seems that Russia's modern environmental policy is not sufficiently active. Since the 1990s, environmental policy has been perceived in Russia rather as a burden and sometimes as a threat to economic development. And this is most obviously shown in the national security strategy of the Russian Federation, where the development of green technologies is ranked among the main challenges and threats to the economic security of the country. Of course, primarily because that these technologies reduce the demand for raw materials mainly exported by Russia. Yes, Russia is one of the world leaders in terms of reducing many types of pollution, as well as CO2 emissions over the past 3 decades. However, this happened rather not because of the state environmental policy, but because of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Most of the Soviet industries simply ceased to exist, respectively, emissions of pollutants significantly decreased. Russia's industrial potential has not yet recovered, and therefore a statistical contradiction arises. Even if Russia slightly increases the rate of greenhouse gas emissions in the coming years, statistically, the general volume of greenhouse gas emissions in Russia will still be lower than in 1990, and Russia will still be able to fulfill its obligations under the Paris Agreement. Of course, some successes also were reached due to the restructuring in the Russian electric power industry. A relatively favorable energy balance have been formed with the dominance of natural gas, it's about 46%, and the high proportion of low carbon nuclear and hydropower energy, 19 and 18% respectively. This energy balance is more preferable than in most developed countries, including Germany and United States, which now consider themselves as leaders of low-carbon transformation, not to mention China and India, whose energy is traditionally based on coal. Nevertheless, Russia lags significantly behind in terms of the carbon intensity of the economy from the leading countries. Firstly, because of the high share of heat generation, and secondly, because of low energy efficiency of the economy. So in case of Russia, the main potential for reducing emissions concentrated in the field of the energy efficiency. Some positive effect we can find in the transformation of the Russian economy in 1999 to 2007, when new more high-tech and less harmful industries appeared. There was also a renewal of such industries as metallurgy and chemical industry, the development of nuclear and hydropower, the spread of modern gas, electricity, and heat generation. But today, the environmental situation in Russia is ambiguous. On the one hand, against the global background, Russia, by some indicators, remains a relatively environmentally prosperous country. I mean, for example, the area of forests and the structure of balance of electricity production and so on. However, on the other hand, in a number of Russian regions and cities, environmental problems reached a critical level. Example of which is air pollution in a number of cities in Urals and Siberia, forest fires updating records every year, the ecological disaster in Norilsk at the end of the May of 2020, and so on. Yes, Russia is a party of 4 major environmental agreements, including the Paris Agreement, and is developing cooperation on environmental issues with partners within the Eurasian Economic Union, BRICS, and so on, as well as with the countries of the European Union. At the same time, Russia is not trying to play a leading role in these processes and does not approach environmental issues as one of the real foreign policy priorities. Passivity characterizes Russia's approach to the environmental and climate agenda, both in relations with its BRICS and Shanghai Cooperation Organization partners, and in relations with Western countries. And Russia's chairmanship in BRICS and SCO in 2020 showed that Moscow doesn't consider ecological agenda as one of the priorities. However, the situation is gradually changing, and there is already an understanding in Russia that it is impossible to ignore the global trend of decarbonization, which directly affects the Russian economic interests. A decrease in demand for oil and gas will lead to a decrease in Russia's political and economic role in the world, seeing oil and gas remain the main Russian export positions. And this is especially actual against the background of statements by the European Union and China, the main importers of Russian energy carriers, about the creation of a green economy. Russia relies on the development of nuclear, hydro, and hydrogen electric power, as well as on the expansion of the forest area. Currently, Russian Gazprom and Rosatom are studying various possibilities of exporting of production green or blue hydrogen based on Russian gas to the European Union. The expansion of the area of Russian forests will increase the absorption capacity, and on on that basis, it is possible to form some kind of green financial instruments and trading by emission quotas. But now there is a little concrete information in this area yet, because there are many technical limitations in Russia, and Russia is at the initial stage of the forming of environmental, social, economic policy. And only last week, the government announced the creation of special groups to prepare the economy for the global energy transition. It is promised that the operational action plan prepared by Ministry of Economy will be ready by December 15. And now I would like to talk a little bit ESG factors in Russia. It's almost the same situation with like with pollution. So ESG criteria is not widely used in Russia yet, and their implementation is only at the initial stage, and the legal environment is in the process of formation. Individual companies are trying to implement some ESG practices. However, their number is small, and until recently, the use of these criteria was more about image than about efficiency. For example, according to Deloitte CIS company study conducted in 2020, the share of Russian banks implying any ESG practices in their activities is only about 10% of their total number in Russia. And most experts agree that there is no systematic approach to the implementation of ESG practices in Russian banking sphere now. The Central Bank of Russia confirms that so far the main focus of attention of banking sector regulators is not ESG practices in general, but proper assessment of financial risk. Any deals linked to ESG indicators are also not very common, but there are some examples. For example, the interest rate of Russian bank Sberbank credit line to Russian corporation Sistema for about $150 million is tied to conditions such as companies' approval of environmental policy and the integration of ESG principles into the investment processes and business model. Currently, Citibank is working on a number of Russian deals containing ESG indicators. One of the Russian rating agencies evaluates Russian companies for the use of ESG practices and assigns a rating, and there are more than 130 such companies from 24 different areas in Russia. Now I would like to talk about the possible cooperation between Russia and South Korea. Of course, South Korea is one of the world leaders in building a green economy and in everything related to it. And it is obvious that Russia lags far behind South Korea, both in the field of green development methodology and in the field of green technologies. And here I see the broad potential prospects for cooperation between our countries. For example, these prospects can be realized within the renewed South Korean northern policy. And Russia is also extremely interested in this order to balance the growing economic and technological influence of China and to avoid overdependence on China. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lukoni. Thank you, Dr. Lukoni, for your interesting presentation. As a big energy exporting country, it's not easy for Russia to cope with the carbon emission problems. And actually, we Koreans have dreamed of importing Russian natural gas directly through gas pipeline, but owing to the difficulties made by North Korea, it is not impossible yet, but I hope someday we can have your natural gases to reduce our carbon emission. And okay, so, well, you have waited for a long time, Dr. Sebastian Maslov, and last presenter. And Sebastian Maslov is from Sendai Shirayuri Women's College in Japan. And his title is Japan's Energy and Climate Change Policy, Domestic and International Initiatives Towards a Carbon Neutral Society. Okay, please, Dr. Maslov.
Good morning from Japan. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And most of all, thank you for having me today with you and to let me join today's discussion. As was noted in the introductory remarks, as we are in the final days of the COP26 global climate talks, in my presentation today, I will take this as an opportunity to highlight some of the more recent changes in Japan's energy and climate policies. Across the domestic and global political divide, I will focus on the critical junctures in Japan's climate and energy policies to highlight who determines the direction of policy change in Japan towards these issues. Finally, I will briefly discuss past and prospective roles of regional environmentalism to address the current climate crisis. Right. Before I go into details, here's what I try to argue today. First, Japan's climate policy is framed in terms of a debate on energy efficiency and industrial growth. Second, and for that reason, Japan does not at this moment play a leading role in global climate politics. Third, 2020, however, has marked somewhat of a juncture at which Japan has moved towards a more active role in global climate politics. And fourth, as climate crisis becomes more securitized, future regional dynamics on climate action will be determined by geostrategic competition over shaping regional orders. As such, climate politics will likely play a more important role in regional strategies such as the free and open Indo-Pacific or Quad. So these are the core arguments of my presentation today, just in case I'm running out of time so you know what your takeaway from my presentation will be. To make sense of these arguments, let me first provide you with some context. We have seen similar data during our first presentation today, but this is from a Japanese perspective. First, where does Japan stand internationally in terms of its impact on global warming? Japan's greenhouse gas emissions have peaked in 2013. And are now trending towards downwards, as you can see here from this data. That said, Japan currently ranks 5th in global greenhouse gas emissions with a share of approximately 3.2%, behind China, the US, India, and Russia. So in what follows, I will try to explain what has caused this downward trend. So is this the trend, is this the result of effective government policies and a commitment to action on global climate change, or are we just witnessing a short-term trend in climate and energy policy? So this is one of the key questions I'll try to address in this presentation and the paper that will follow from here. So here's some more data you can see here. Overall, Japan and Japan's greenhouse gas emissions, CO2 emissions in international comparison. Second, I'd like to look at some of the explanations of climate and energy policy change from a political science perspective. I'll elaborate on these various approaches in the final paper, and so therefore today I will refrain from a detailed discussion of these approaches. Suffice to say that policy change in the area of climate and energy policies is shaped by domestic and international dynamics, determined by changing relations between corporate, political, bureaucratic, epistemic communities and civil society actors. So these relations are not stable, but change over time in response to crisis events, campaigns, political change, or newly available scientific data and knowledge. So let's look at the actual developments that Japan has seen in these areas. First, I'll start from a domestic policy perspective here. So Japan's triple disaster in March 2011, so that's precisely 1 decade, 10 years ago, was considered internationally and domestically as a critical juncture for Japan's energy policy. So the Fukushima crisis has triggered hope for deep transition in Japan's energy policy. And policies in the early 2000s already committed to cuts in greenhouse gas emissions, but prior to Fukushima, Japan's energy planning relied on nuclear energy and fossil fuels. So the nuclear meltdowns were considered as a juncture to push Japan towards increasing its share in renewable energies. So the impact of Fukushima on Japan's energy sector was crucial as it resulted in a sudden halt of nuclear power plants. So Japan was in a situation where it could not operate its nuclear power reactor fleet. So, so that was the situation immediately after March 2011. In retrospective, however, Fukushima only triggered minor changes, despite efforts by the then ruling Democratic Party of Japan to implement decisive change through a fundamental review of Japan's energy policy. However, the impact of Fukushima on politics was extremely important for Japan's energy policy, as the disaster in itself quickly became framed not in terms of an energy crisis, but a crisis of crisis management caused by the then ruling Democratic Party. This has contributed to the DPJ's decline in popular support and its eventual defeat at the end of 2012. What followed from there was the return of the conservative Liberal Democratic Party under its leader, Abe Shinzo, who backtracked from the Democratic Party of Japan's initial policy initiatives, marking a return to nuclear energy and fossil fuel. Abe revised the emission reduction targets to 3.8% from a 2005 level, which actually means due to increased emissions between 1990 and 2005, that this is equal to a 3.1% increase from 1990 level. So climate and energy policies were placed within Abenomics, Japan's economic reform agenda, with the goal being to introduce more energy market competition and lower electricity prices to benefit Japanese producers and consumers. So environmental policy in Japan since 2012 was framed as industrial growth policy and not so much as action on global climate policies. So here's some. So the developments that I've just described are reflected here in the data on Japan's energy self-sufficiency, consumption, and supply. You find these in the book for the conference as well. Okay. Right. So let us now look at Japan's role in global climate politics. During the early 1990s, Japan accepted, as did other advanced countries, emission reduction targets, but it did so mainly in accordance with the US course. Japan insisted that it was one of the most energy efficient countries in the world, and thus it was very reluctant to accept equal percentage reduction targets. Japan has set emission reduction targets for 2000, 2008, 2012, that is the Kyoto Protocol period, and then 2012, 2020, 2030, and now 2050. Again, as I've said earlier, emission reductions were framed in terms of energy saving with a focus on avoiding negative impact on industrial production and citizens' lives. Japanese policymakers did not discuss emission reduction targets in terms of Japan's overall contribution to fight a global climate crisis. Climate politics was thus largely shaped by economic and industrial ministries, and only after the Kyoto Protocol, within the process of negotiating the Kyoto Protocol, did we see an increased influence of environmental bureaucrats and the foreign ministry in Japan in setting Japan's global climate policy agenda. Okay. Now, let me briefly highlight some of the more recent developments under the last 3 administrations in Japan, that is under Abe, Suga, and the newly elected Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. So very broadly, when Abe returned to power in 2012, he abandoned the DPJ's emission reduction target of 25% by 2020 from the 1990 level, as I've said earlier, and de facto allowed for a 3% emission increase from the 1990 level. So after the Paris Agreement of 2015, the Abe government announced 26% cut in emissions by 2030. But this target is based on a 2013 level, which means that Japan's actual reduction is only 18%, and not as the number 26% would initially suggest. At the same time, under Abe, Japan renewed its commitment to nuclear energy and fossil fuel, coal in particular. So what has become clear during the Abe era is that, as I've mentioned earlier, the climate politics was advocated mostly as economic growth policy. So at the same time, the private sector has stepped up with its own initiatives, and I've mentioned a couple of these initiatives here. So not so much due to government policies, but mainly through private sector initiatives, then eventually has Japan sort of improved its overall performance when it comes to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. All right, so while the period since 2020 was mainly dominated by Japan's and the global struggle against COVID, it's worthwhile noting that the Suga administration that was formed in September 2020 was more active in reshaping Japan's posture on global politics, on global climate politics. So this was mainly the result of the United States' return to the Paris Agreement under Biden, and thus the increased focus on climate politics within the US-Japan alliance framework. So even prior to Biden's election in July 2020, Japan committed itself to phasing out 100 of its old coal-fired power plants by 2013. Following Biden's election in November 2020, Toshiba, for example, announced its decision to stop taking orders for building any new coal power plants in the future. Japan in April 2020 revised its 2030 target for cutting greenhouse gas emissions to 46% from 26% on a 2013 level. It did so largely in response to pressure from the United States as world leaders met for a climate summit hosted by President Biden. So Japan's approach to a carbon neutral society after 2020 is based on a commitment to technological innovation and development, and particularly here with a focus on hydrogen. So this is a sort of Japan's bet to achieve its emission cut targets. So finally, Kishida and his government that has just been recently formed this week. Climate politics and energy were important issues in the last election, but only second to public concerns about Japan's overall economic development. So within the LDP, only a few called for the end of nuclear energy, and Kishida's return or Kishida's election in fact means that Japan will commit itself in the future to nuclear energy and coal as primary sources for its energy supply. That said, Kishida has tried to offset its negative effects through technological developments as clean burning ammonia to be used as part of its coal-fueled power plants. Another important development under Kishida is his specific mentioning of Japan's role in facilitating climate action in Asia. So this comes as, I would argue, as climate politics is now increasingly becoming a more important area in geostrategic competition. So China is voicing, it's very articulate in pushing its own climate change agenda. And so in response is Japan and the United States as well. So we have moved away from climate politics being a science-only area of cooperation towards this issue being much more important also in geostrategic terms as well. Okay, so Japan is, as I've mentioned earlier, the world's third largest importer of fossil fuel. So while more than 46 countries at the current COP26 climate talks agreed to phase out coal, Japan did not join this pact to preserve its policy options. And this has triggered some heavy international criticism of its approach, of Japan's approach to global climate politics. So media coverage has termed Japan's strategy as a big leap backwards on Japan being a laggard when it comes to action on global warming. So Japan's continued dependency on coal illustrates somewhat its shift in global climate politics from somewhat playing a more leading role, particularly during the Kyoto Protocol negotiations, towards taking a more reluctant stance with its continued commitment to coal. So this reluctant stance is the result of corporate pushback in Japan, a lack of political leadership, and a lack of regional consensus, as Japan points to China's absence from this recent pact as well. So now I've been criticizing Japan a lot, but it's worthwhile noting that Japan certainly is no outlier when it comes to the use of coal, as many other countries in Asia have similarly expressed their commitment to coal as a major part of their energy mix for the future. Okay. When we have time in the Q&A, here's some more data on Japan's shifting public opinion when it comes to climate change, nuclear energy. The only thing I'd like to point out here in this data is that domestic campaigns promoting sustainable development goals clearly had an impact on overall public awareness when it comes to climate action as well. So that's something worthwhile discussing perhaps in the Q&A. As sort of a final point in my presentation, I'd like to look a little bit on what has happened in the past when it comes to regional cooperation on environmental issues. As Reese has mentioned earlier, pollution certainly doesn't know borders, doesn't know any walls, so cooperation becomes very important. So here are some thoughts on regional dynamics. So while current bilateral sort of tensions and overall geopolitical shifts have forestalled like multilateral cooperation, particularly in Northeast Asia, it's worthwhile noting that this particular world region has a good track record when it comes to cooperation on environmental issues. And that's in spite of diplomatic tensions. So we have in the past seen mechanisms, for example, on acid rain, the East Asia acid deposition monitoring network that's still functioning between China, South Korea, and Japan. We also see the trilateral trilateral environmental ministers meeting that has been incorporated as part of the trilateral summit meeting between South Korea, Japan, and China. And TEM remains active today in spite of continued bilateral or trilateral tensions. So there is a vital sort of track record and basis on which regional efforts to address current issues can be based on. I think that's worthwhile keeping in mind. And so while cooperation in the region has shifted towards rivalry over shaping regional orders, we know China's Belt and Road Initiative, Japan's response in terms of a free and open Indo-Pacific. I would predict that at least Japan will further emphasize climate and energy as part of its own regional strategy in terms of FOIP and Quad. And in fact, we already see an increase of references to climate cooperation within these frameworks. I think that's interesting to see that we'll see climate action, energy as a much more important part when it comes to actually promoting national strategies for regional order. and that's perhaps not even not necessarily a bad tendency in general. Okay, so as we've already, I guess, over time, I'll summarize and provide you with a quick outlook. So in addition to the points that I've mentioned here, so Japan sort of very, very slowly moving towards a more active international role in fighting climate politics. Japan remains mainly committed to its to nuclear energy and coal. Japan bets a lot of its energy strategy is based on technological innovation and development, and not so much of a radical shift towards renewables. So old technology remains intact, and Japan tries to sort of achieve its goals with a massive push in research and development for new technologies. So that's something worthwhile to keep in mind. And finally, I would encourage us all to have a look at what happens with regard to geostrategic competition in the region and how this affects the promotion of climate and energy policy goals in Asia and beyond. So I'll stop here, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maslov. Well, it's a kind of destiny that 3 countries have to cooperate to cope with the carbon dioxide and to reach carbon neutrality. But unfortunately, owing to the deterioration of relations between Japan and Korea and China, it's not easy to propel trilateral cooperation regarding the environment. So we hope that someday in the future, we can cooperate quite nicely to cope with the environmental problems. And we have listened to 3 presenters' insightful presentation, and now it's turn of discussants. So you can have 10 minutes for each of you. And well, when you raise question, don't forget to mention this question goes to Dr. Maslow, or this question goes to Dr. Jones, something like this. And from Dr. Kim, would you start? Yeah.
For Professor Lukonin.
Sorry. Okay, when you speak, you may wear off your mask just for the speakers, making our voice sound clearly. So yeah, you can wear off.
For Professor Lukonin, like other countries, environmental degradation in Russia, including carbon emission, might be associated with economic condition, right? Industrial adjustment and advancement would be a good way to carbon neutral economy. But I do not exactly know Russian economic structure, and ESG might be promising. I think that like linking between ESG and banking sector would be a good way to attract companies more eco-friendly. But at the same time, measuring value, especially for non-financial assets or performance, would be difficult and might not guarantee companies' profits. Even persuading stakeholders of companies might be more difficult than it. If the Russian economy is based on energy sector, governmental objectives are also crucial. My question is, have Russian economic system have been balanced regarding to triadic relationship among primary, secondary, and tertiary industry? And how many proportion of Russian companies, especially secondary industry sector, have involved the possibilities to carbon neutral or green economy?
Okay, Dr. Kim's question goes to Dr. Lukonin, but Dr. Lukonin, please wait a little bit, and after all the discussants have raised questions, you can answer. Okay, Dr. Shim from Korea Environment Institute. Comments would be okay. Comments would be okay. Yeah, not only questions, but comments would be okay.
Okay. Thank you for having me here. And today there was very meaningful presentation among very nice presenters, including the Dr. Rhys Jones for border war, especially for political aspect, and the other presenter giving us very useful information of each country's the efforts to deal with the carbon neutralization era. And that was also, I was very curious. And for now, instead of giving some questions, I just add some comment. In era of carbon neutralization, the neighboring country, what we are going to do now for action. And it was first very, for me, it was a little bit impressive of Japan's achievement in terms of carbon reductions, because Japan already start to reduce the CO2 emissions since a little bit 2005 since. But for Korea, we already announced, you know, in audience may remember, we declared green growth in 2008. It was not that late, I think, but unfortunately, the Korea CO2 emissions kept continuing until, I think, 2018. We have to wait to correct the emission, statistics for 2019 or later. But that was a little bit unfortunate. That means our declaration and our goals are maybe not successful. So we, Korea government announced last year the carbon neutralization strategies 2050, and I hope we now really have to change. So there was the Dr. Maslow's presentation giving us a very large homework, I think. And now also I have to add some comments to transboundary cooperation in terms of dealing with environmental protections and also climate change reactions. First of all, we have to understand the uncertainties resulting from the energy and industrial revolution for carbon neutralization. Probably there must be some issues or problems in terms of productions and supplies for many goods and energies. So there must be some uncertainties, and I a little bit concerned about very probably tentative tensions between the countries because of that uncertainties. So I hope in that era the countries, the neighboring countries, have to more focus on the cooperation, especially each country need to have willing to continue the environmental protections and the actions against the climate crisis, because this is really essential to a matter of the surviving issues in this country. I was actually very impressive yesterday. As you know, China and also United States have some potential agreement to both actions to cooperate on climate change issues. So in that case, also the neighboring countries in East Asia also have to still focus on the future cooperations. And also, I want to emphasize to make some specific target in East Asia to deal with the upcoming problems, not the past problems, based on scientific predictions. And I'm personally focusing on the upcoming issues for now. First one is still air pollution. Air pollution is the most the transpiratory the air pollutant and environmental problems. And previously, we have focused to find many solutions on particulate matter pollutions in East Asia, as you know. And that has been a lot of years to cooperations. And now, China has great effort of reduce the air pollutions for particulate matter. For example, since 2000, I remember 13. And China was terrible before, but now their achievement is very impressive too. So we have that benefit after 2000, maybe 15. So Korean air quality in terms of PM 2.5 is keep decreasing. So that was a good example to each country's effort to protect the environment. But unfortunately, the ozone, you know, the ozone pollution is getting serious and getting worse now. This is before I explained that we have to understand the atmospheric chemistry. It is kind of complex. But for now, the ozone level is already exceed many times the environmental standard in Korea as well, and which is a main threat of East Asian air environment, which is also announced by Chinese the scientists in 2019 and 18 as well. So the problem is we cannot block the ozone because this is gas phase. The PM can be protected like wearing the masks, but ozone cannot. So the solution is to reduce volatile organic compounds. In other words, non-methane organic compounds, which is very not easy as traditional the reductions of NOx or SOx, the nitrogen compound or sulfur compounds, because the VOC compounds consist of almost 30, 40 chemical compounds, which is many list of to deal with to reduce especially in industrial sectors. And another problem is VOC emissions is not only from the end of a pipe, they are leaking in the process of manufacturing industries. So which is not easy and also challenging, but China and Korea, maybe Japan, countries also having a cooperation to sharing the information to control the VOCs, which is very critical in the future. Okay. So lastly, I want to address the importance of ocean, to sharing the ocean between the neighboring countries, because there's some microplastics in the ocean. We have to deal with that. We have to monitor and deal with those kind of waste. And also, we are talking about the carbon neutralization, but we have to think about how many nuclear power increase in the future. So we don't want to take any kind of a crisis like Fukushima 2011. So considering the many plans to new build of nuclear power plants, we have to discuss to sharing the information for safety control for now. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Shim. Well, as an AI expert, he, instead of making specific questions, he made general comments regarding the environmental problems. So when it comes to the presenters, you also can raise questions regarding Dr. Shim's remarks. And now the third discussant is Dr. Lee Kwang-tae from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Please.
Hi. I'm so glad to see your face because we exchanged emails so much. So I'm really pleased you made it and really showed up. First of all, I want to make some comments and questions to Dr. Jones, and thank you for touching upon the issue of DMZ. The DMZ is to Koreans is a school field trip site. You know, every Korean must go there and see what the DMZ looks like when they were in the elementary school or in the middle school. And DMZ is, as you know, literally it's a zone, not just consists of a wall, but it already has 4 kilometers each to the North Korea and South Korea, and a lot of parts are minefields. So the Koreans have images of the DMZ with the barbed wire fencing and minefield. That scene really gives a kind of shocking to Koreans, and as all Koreans feel the DMZ as a representative of the history of the Korean War. It also reminds us of the mandatory military service that all Korean men are required to carry out. And so there are very mixed ideas and feelings. Also, it should include a kind of relief that we feel because we can feel that we are being protected by the North Korea's invasion or all sorts of atrocity or cruelty like that. Because of that, such a mixture of relief and worry may be one of the reasons that really hampered some efforts to increase the cooperation between two Koreas, like connecting the railways. There are many suggestions that we can connect the railroad from at the very southern port of the South Korea to even to Europe through the so-called Trans-Asian Railway. However, those kinds of mindset seems to be begun to be changed in Korean people's mind, because many recent movies and TV shows, TV drama series started to produce scenes that make people consider the inter-Korean border is not something impenetrable, but more like what we can cross. Let me give you an example. You may have heard of the very famous Netflix and TV and drama series 사랑의 불시착, and in English, Crash Landing on You. There, the female character came to cross the DMZ by the power of a sudden tornado while she was enjoying paragliding. Then she met a North Korean army officer, fell in love with him. Then, to keep their love, they crossed the border to south and to north, like that. So such description of the DMZ as penetrable and crossable, notwithstanding difficulties, of course, are becoming more and more frequent, and creating images of the border not as the one that protect us, but something that gives obstacles interaction between the two Koreas. Those changing picture is probably, in my opinion, encouraged by the recent political events where the president of North and South Korea and even the Donald Trump, the president of United States, met in person several years ago. In those summits, the president purposefully demonstrated the crossing of the border, which clearly had a lot of impact on Korean people's mind. One more thing I want to mention is that there have been efforts to redefine the DMZ for the peaceful and environmental purposes. Some argue that DMZ could turn into an ecological preservation area that South and North Koreas can manage together. Others suggest that the two Koreas build a peace park or a peace city to promote the idea of peaceful coexistence, which would lead to unification ultimately. All those suggestions sound quite fancy, yet looks like they are having difficulties to be materialized. And so this is, I want to ask some questions to Dr. Jones. So the first question is, what do you think about the idea of turning the DMZ into peace park or peace city or ecological preservation zone based on your expertise on the border and wars around the world? And the second question I want to ask to Dr. Jones is, I know you are also interested in the borders in other places like Israel and India, and to me, the Indian-Pakistan relationship seems very similar with the Korean borders between South and North Korea in many aspects, because India and Pakistan used to be one country like us. They had to undergo wars and military crashes several times like us, and they started to build nuclear arsenals, which is now the case for North Korea. What do you think about these sets of comparison between the DMZ in the Korean Peninsula and the Indian-Pakistan border? As for Dr. Lukorny's presentation, he mentioned the Russian government and corporate efforts to reduce its carbon emission, although it seems that the economic structure still show a strong tendency leaning toward the energy sector. And since Dr. Lukorny is also an expert to relationship between Russia and China, I want to ask him a question about the Russo-Chinese cooperation through the framework of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. What is Russia's viewpoint about SCO's potential role for both environment and for security, especially during this US-Russia and US-China rivalries? It seems that Russia and China are trying to build a sort of bloc against the US from the perspective of series of recent joint military exercises. Does that mean that Russia is allowing China to increase their influence in Central Asia or other places in Asia? If so, to what extent? And when it comes to Dr. Maslow's presentation, I was impressed by Dr. Maslow's argument that Japan's lowering of the carbon emission was the result of efforts made by private sector, not by the government. And Dr. Maslow also emphasized the role played by civil society and public opinion in Japan. I want to ask a question. How do you think, how strong the Japanese civil society's impact has been made on the Japan's politics, especially on the election? Japanese famous for people's trust and reliance on the existing social order. So according to your year-long personal observation and stay in Japan, how strong the civil society's efforts and voice for the environment will influence the people's mind? If so, how much? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee made 3 questions. One is about the border and cooperation between 2 Koreas. And the second question was about the Russo-Chinese cooperation. And the third one is, as a Kaizen in Japan, as a foreign scholar in Japan, well, Dr. Maslow's understanding of civil society's efforts to cope with the, well, environmental problems to influence upon the Japanese government. Okay, and our last discussant is Dr. Lee from Gyeonggi University, and please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your informative and meaningful presentations. And my name is Seung-hee Lee in Gyeonggi University, Korea. It is so difficult to make the comment and question because I'm the last commenter. Previous people already mentioned a lot of things. Maybe my question was will be duplicate. So I have 2 questions, and one question is Dr. Jones, and the other question is Dr. Rucoin. And Dr. Jones already mentioned about the purpose and roles of the border walls. But border walls is totally different from the DMZ because DMZ has a zone. That is 4 kilometers you already mentioned. So this DMZ is very important economically, environmentally, also ecologically. So for the conservation of the DMZ, what do you think to do in priority? That's my first question. The second question is Dr. Rucoin. In Korea, we have the long history to develop the environmental technology. From 1992, that is the G7 project for 10 years. All environmental field is water treatment and air pollution and waste treatment, waste recycling. And second project is New Frontier project. That is another 10 years. Another 10 years is Global Top project. That is also carried out a lot of projects related to environmental field. So we have a lot of achievement of technical problems to solve in Korea. So, and Dr. Ruconin, which field of international cooperation for environmental field between countries such as China, Japan, Korea, and Russia are important? That is my question.
Okay, so I give you chances to raise more questions if we have. Okay, no questions anymore. When it comes to the table, no floor. Okay, thank you. Then presenters can have 5 minutes per each, and we can start from Dr. Maslow as he waited so long for his presentation. So, Dr. Maslow, please.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. I will not take my 5 minutes because I have only received one particular comment by Dr. Lee on the impact, the role of civil society in shaping Japan's sort of public opinion on climate and energy policies. Well, let me just say there's no such thing as like a broad, for example, a Friday for Futures protest movement in Japan. The students would go out on the streets and demand government action. That's not what you see in Japan. That said, however, and in the presentation slides, you'll see sort of public opinion data. So, for example, in universities, I'm quite sure the same is true for South Korea, that in education, high schools, universities, there's a very strong emphasis on SDGs and implementing SDGs and engaging students in debating as sustainable development goals. That had clearly an impact on how students perceive global issues, including climate and energy. And over the last 5 to 6 years since the United Nations has initiated this, there is a shift in problem awareness, particularly among younger among students. So that's one positive development. Another aspect I would like to emphasize is that although there's no broad protest at the moment, clearly energy has become a trench line in political contestation. So every single party during the last election, previous elections, has to take a stance on what to do with regard to nuclear energy and energy in general. So that's clearly a line with regard to political contestation in Japan. And because it is a line in politics and this line is being enforced by civil society actors, this issue receives much more public attention than it has prior to Fukushima in 2011. So whatever the Kishida government or any other government that will follow him will do with regard to nuclear energy in the coming years, this will be a policy that the government will not be able to implement without any public pushback on that matter. So that's clearly a change in a positive direction. So that through nuclear energy, the entire issue of energy and what to do with energy, we had to shift Japan towards is receiving much more public attention. And nuclear energy, the question of nuclear energy, is only one facilitator in that broader debate. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next mic goes to Dr. Lukonin. Okay, Dr. Lukonin, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your very sharp and interesting question. I would like to answer the first question about the structure of Russian economy. So it's about 60% goes to the services, about 36% goes to industry, and to agriculture goes about 4%. Of course, Russian companies perceive any activities in the field of environment and ESG practices as additional costs, but they have to do it because the main export markets have adopted quite strict environmental laws. So, as the bigger part of Russian export is oil and gas, Russian companies will implement environmental practices despite any additional costs. The next question I would like to answer is the number third, because it's quite short, about the technologies which we can develop between China, South Korea, and Russia. I think that it's energy efficient technologies in general, then waste recycling, it's very important and actual in Russia, and energy efficient houses, because the climate in Russia is quite bad. And the next question answer will be quite big about the China and Russia in the frameworks of SCO. First of all, very little attention is paid to environmental issues within the SCO. The SCO specialization is, after all, stability and security. And at the moment, the participants of SCO understand this mainly as military cooperation countering religious radicalism and terrorism. Yes, theoretically, due to the aggravation of Russian-American and Chinese-American relations, the importance of SCO at the first glance is growing. Russia and China use the SCO factor to give additional weight to their negotiation positions with the United States. And based on this, both Russia and China will strengthen the cooperation within the SCO. However, it is important to note that there are some contradictions in the organization itself. For example, the presence of several pairs of rivals in the composition of SCO. I mean, China and India, or India and Pakistan. And the admission of Iran to the SCO, on the one hand, increases the political weight of the organization, but on the other hand, there can be additional problems related to Iran's independent position on many issues. And yes, at the first glance, due to the anti-Chinese and anti-Russian policies, Russia and China are strengthening cooperation. However, there are some limitations on the way to creating a full-fledged Russian-Chinese bloc. Firstly, we are partners, but not allies. Both Russia and China have repeatedly stated that allied relations can limit the room for maneuver. I very much doubt that Russia will support China in practice if a military conflict starts over Taiwan. For example, Russia did not even interfere diplomatically in the clash of on the Sino-Indian border. And by the way, the membership of China and India in the ECO also didn't contribute much to the rapid cessation of clashes. I'm sure that China will not interfere and will not support Russia in the event of a resumption of hostilities in the Ukrainian Donbass. So in my opinion, the creation of full-fledged military bloc is still far away, but at the same time, of course, the strengthening of Russian-Chinese cooperation in various directions is certainly underway. And the third part of question about the China in Central Asia. In my opinion, the strengthening of China's political influence following the economic one in the countries of Central Asia is inevitable and does not depend on Russia's permission or not. Moreover, China actively cooperates with Central Asian countries outside the SCO framework. For example, Foreign Minister of China Wang Yi, during his visit to the Central Asia countries in July 2021, took the initiative to enhance the regional role of the new format, China plus Central Asia. And Chinese politicians and experts proceed from new realities here, noting that the expansion of the SCO at the expense of countries with mutual conflict relations, for example, India and Pakistan, as well as the adoption of Iran, which is problematic from the point of view of nuclear sense, encourages the Central Asian core of the SCO in the Chinese interpretation to seek new formats of regional cooperation and rely primarily on its own interest. But of course, although there are some obstacles to the expansion of Chinese influence in Central Asia, for example, I mean quite strong anti-Chinese sentiments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Likonin. And lastly, please, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank the other presenters for their interesting insights to the situation in Japan and China and Russia. So thank you for those. And thanks also to the discussants for the interesting questions and points about these different topics. This has been really enjoyable to be part of. Both Doctors Lee asked me questions about border walls around the world in the DMZ. So I think both of them asked a question about the extent of the DMZ, right? That it is a zone, it's a four kilometer area, which is a little different than a lot of other borders around the world, but there are some other similar examples. For example, the India-Bangladesh border has a zone of 150 meters on either side of the border. That's a buffer zone in that space where neither country is supposed to build any buildings or any security infrastructure. So there are some other examples of that kind of zone rather than an actual line. And I think in a lot of borders around the world, we see that the security forces tend to work in a zone around the borders as well. So having a completely separate, closed off. 4 kilometer space is certainly distinct. But at the US-Mexico border, for example, the US Border Patrol is allowed to operate in a zone within 100 miles, which is 150 kilometers from the US-Mexico border. And so in that entire area, they have the ability to search for people and detain people, set up roadblocks and things like that. So there's, I think there are different types of zones at borders, but the idea of having a zone it's a characteristic of a number of them. I thought the first Dr. Lee's comments about the way that the DMZ has transitioned in the way that people talk about it were quite interesting. Though I liked the idea that in some ways it's a field trip site for kids, that it's almost a pilgrimage that people go there to see, but that in popular culture, the idea of the DMZ and the boundary is changing in the perceptions. I've seen the first episode of Crash Landing on You, so I'm familiar with that show. And I watched it specifically because I'm interested in border issues and the ways that borders and walls are represented in popular culture. And I think that's an example of it. It reminds us that all borders are imagined lines, right? These are things that have been drawn on a map at some previous period in history, right? The very oldest border is only 500 years old, right? And 450 years old in parts of Europe, Spain and France and the Pyrenees. This is the first border drawn on a map that was agreed upon. So all the rest of the borders that we have in the world have been made since then, right? And so they're not things that have existed for time immemorial, right? They're agreements between different states to divide up land and territory, right? So they only exist to the extent that we believe that they exist, right? And that we treat them as real. And then we enact them by building things like walls on them, by putting security forces at these lines to bring them into being. So I think that shows like Crash Landing on You helps to remind us of that, right? To question the necessity of these distinctions and to keep in mind that we are people on both sides of these boundaries, right? That share the common desires and beliefs and have a lot more in common than we do in what divides us, right? And I think we can see that today in the talk that we've been having, right? We've got people from all around the world here, right? Having this shared discussion about these issues and finding common ground, right? And so I think that holding sessions like this is really important to find these areas of agreement between people in different places. And I commend the organizers for putting this together. So thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Well, I totally agree with you that having together and cooperating together is good for the peace and prosperity for the humankind. And actually, last year in the same seminar, I mentioned that we hope that someday in the future, without this weird mask, we can meet in person and talk freely about the cooperation of us. But unfortunately, this year we have no way but to open seminar like this online. But I'm sure that next year we might be able to invite all of you to Seoul or somewhere in the world, and we can meet together and have a insightful discussion. And thank you again. And it's 12:30 in Seoul now, and maybe 6:30 in Hawaii afternoon, and 6:30 in the morning in Moscow. Really thank you for Dr. Lukonin for joining us today early in the morning. And also Dr. Maslow, thank you for joining us. And thank you all the participants, and let this be the end of the session. Thank you. Bye-bye. You can disconnect.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
(12시) 반부터 2시까지 점심 하시고요. 그리고 다시 세션 오후 시작하겠습니다.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. We will now begin session 2 of the International Symposium on Border and Environment. I am Kim Jae-han of Hanyang University, and I'll be your moderator for this session. In the first session, we talked about border and environment in the context of international cooperation. And in the second session, we will discuss carbon neutrality and inter-Korean cooperation. We have 4 presentations for the session. And due to the personal schedules of the presenters, we will hear from the first presenter first, followed by a discussion of that first presentation, and then we will hear from the rest of the presenters. Unlike the first session, we will place a heavier focus on inter-Korean cooperation, and therefore we will proceed the session in Korean. However, we provide simultaneous interpretation, and therefore, I would like to ask the presenters and discussants to bear in mind that there is simultaneous interpretation going on. I will assign 20 minutes to each presentation, and the 4 presenters and the 4 discussants who are joining us today, their background and their experience is explained in detail in the program book, so please allow me to skip their detailed introduction. So in the interest of the time, let me introduce our first presenter, who is Professor Park Kyu-hong of Chungang University, who will present on the estimation of sewage service by disposal paths of excreta in North Korea.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Professor Kyung Park at Chungang University. Today I'll be talking about the estimation of North Korea's sewage service level based on the disposal paths of excreta. I think I'm having a hard time moving between slides on my PowerPoint. Actually, there are some slides that I'm supposed to show you, but I'm not seeing those slides that I want to show you. The North Korean water and sewage systems are estimated to have been built or installed during the 1960s and 70s. And recently, data on North Korea are lacking, and especially the information or data about the storage system in North Korea are not sufficient. And even the materials that are often circulated are actually not trustworthy. Actually, there are some conflicting data among these materials, so their credibility is being questioned as well. However, in 2018, North Korea and UNICEF conducted the survey to find out the generation of excreta and disposal pathways of excreta in North Korea. So the survey result was released by North Korea and UNICEF. So based on that particular survey result, we might be able to estimate their storage system service level. So my research aim was to estimate the service level of the storage systems in North Korea. I also referred to the college textbook used in North Korea titled The Storage Engineering. So what kind of expert education is being offered in North Korea was studied by referring to the college textbook titled The Storage System Engineering. So these were the references and materials that I used. And based on these materials and literature, I thought that I could contribute to studying and also better understanding the storage systems in North Korea. As you can see on the slide, these are the laws and regulations governing storage systems in North Korea. Of course, South Korea has its own the Storage Act, governed and managed by the Ministry of Environment, and North Korea has a similar law as well. And as you can see, the storage law includes the basic concept of the Storage Act, as well as details about how to manage and treat wastewater, and what are some of the controls that are in place to govern and control the storage system and services. So for each chapter includes such information about storage system in North Korea. And North Korea also has the Environmental Protection Act. It covers not only treatment of wastewater, but also treatment of wastewater, as well as construction of waste treatment plants. I'll move on to the next slide. Actually, North Korea has the law titled the Water Resources Act, which was enacted much earlier. It's quite comparable to South Korea's Water Resources Act. And if you refer to some of the provisions, they include wastewater, and it also includes regulations that mandate purification and settlement of wastewater. Also, the Urban Management Act governs storage systems in North Korea. And this law is actually the governing law that regulates and controls the wastewater storage systems in North Korea. In South Korea, local governments are actually in charge of managing or controlling storage systems. Of course, the Korean central government is the one that constructs storage systems, but the management is done by local governments. It's quite similar in North Korea as well. I'll move on to the next slide. I ask you to move the slide for me. North Korea also has the Pyongyang City Management Law. This shows that North Korea pays particular attention on the management of Pyongyang City. It includes both water systems as well as the sewer system. And there is the infectious disease prevention law. Wastewater treatment and processing are important in preventing infectious disease. So sanitization or sterilization of pits and waste treatment centers are included in the infectious disease prevention law. And Taedong River is considered one of the most important rivers in North Korea. So if you refer to the Taedong River Pollution Prevention Act, it includes some provisions about how to process and treat oil leaks and how to dispose medical or chemical substances. And you can see the administrative bodies that are in charge of managing the environment of North Korea as well as the sewer system in North Korea. In South Korea as well, when it comes to managing or governing cities, we think about the concept of urban planning. And it is the same for North Korea. So if you look at the urban planning systems in North Korea, there's the national territory planning for each province and directly governed city. And then underneath that, they have the national territory construction planning for each city and small counties. So I believe that these urban planning bodies are also in charge of managing and running storage systems. And the central urban planning has the city construction bureaus underneath, and these bureaus must be in charge of operating and managing the storage system in North Korea. Then let me estimate the level of storage system service level of storage system in North Korea. I said it earlier that I referred to the college textbook titled the storage system engineering used in North Korea. As you can see, these are some of the chapter numbers and titles of the textbook. As you can see, they are quite similar to what we learn and what we educate when it comes to storage operation and management. If you see the second point I made on the right part, when planning and designing rainfall pipes, they consider hydrologic factors such as rainfall intensity and rainfall duration. Since you including Ms. Konante, who's interested in climate change, are here, I just wanted to highlight this. So the impact of climate change and also precipitation are considered when planning and designing storage systems, including rainfall pipes. And then there are various types of methods used, including the highly sophisticated purification methods used to treat wastewater are explained in this textbook. And these methods are quite commonly educated and trained for South Koreans as well. So I would say that this textbook includes a lot of advanced professional methods. But one thing that is very noteworthy is that the chapter 10 talks about the distributed small-scale wastewater purification. This particular technology is not necessarily used in cities. Actually, the concept of distributed small-scale purification or wastewater treatment is more common in rural areas where population is relatively small. So I think this particular chapter deserves our particular attention because usually, as I said earlier, when we talk about storage systems, we often think of the systems in place implemented in large cities. But unlike our conventional wisdom, the distributed small-scale purification and wastewater treatment is also covered by this textbook. Moving on to the next slide, you can see the list of references that were used to publish the college textbook that I mentioned earlier. There are not too many references used to publish this particular college textbook. I think there are only about 10 books or literature that were referenced. Mostly Chinese and Russian literature was referenced in order to publish and write this textbook. And the English titled one is actually literature published by Germany. So I believe that socialist countries' case studies were referenced when publishing and publicating this particular textbook. When we talk about urban planning and storage system planning, we need to consider demographic composition or demographic changes in the region. So I want to first compare the demographic changes in the two Koreas. North Korea has much fewer, smaller population compared to South Korea. And as you might understand, the storage systems are implemented and installed and operated in larger cities mostly. As you can see, Pyongyang has about 3.2 million population. Hamhung, Nampo, and Suncheon have populations around 400,000 to 500,000. As you can see, most cities have only about 200 to 300,000. So even the cities that are considered large in North Korea, from our perspective as South Koreans, they're actually quite small. So it seems like the population is quite dispersed all around the country in North Korea. And these are some of the literature published in South Korea about North Korea's sewage system. Many experts have already pointed out that Pyongyang City particularly has the sewage treatment plant. However, honestly, I'm not so sure how many sewage treatment plants are located in Pyongyang exactly, because depending on the author, the number of sewage treatment plants in Pyongyang differs. Actually, the most recent literature, however, wrote that there are 3 sewage treatment plants in Pyongyang City. There are many economic difficulties and there is a shortage of electricity supply in North Korea. So we can assume that the sewage are not sufficiently or properly treated, and this could lead to pollution of the Taedong River. The penetration rate of sewer pipes is calculated based on the number of people living in a particular region and how many people actually have access to sewer pipes. It is actually difficult to find out the exact penetration rate of sewer pipes. I think until now it has been known that about 93% of the population have access to sewer pipes. But when you actually go to rural areas, you will see fewer people who have direct access to sophisticated sewer pipes. But let me move on to the next slide to explain further. Professor Juan Yoon released a study in 2008 based on the data released by international organization. And this study particularly looked at the disposal ways, and 80% of the North Korean population actually use open drain, open defecation. And there are some places where there's no toilet or no latrine. So when you think of the 1960s or 70s in Seoul and the development of the sewage system in Seoul, we could actually apply some assumptions that we used in the past. So I have provided the assumption I used in my research. So based on that assumption, I could estimate the wastewater treatment rate. This is different from the distribution or the penetration rate of the sewage system. So as of 2008, about 19.5% was the wastewater treatment rate. But if you refer to a very similar set of data released by UNICEF in 2018, you can see that as of 2017, UNICEF actually conducted this survey on the same topic with the support of the North Korea. 8,500 households were surveyed. And this particular study used a very similar assumption to that of Yoon Ju-hwan studies. So about 57% was the wastewater treatment rate according to the recent UNICEF study. As you can see, there is a significant progress made in the figure compared to that of 2008. But however, we need to question the credibility of the estimation or the figure of the 2008 study. And again, the survey that was done in 2017 might be inaccurate. So I cannot make a definite conclusion that this particular figure actually reflects the reality. However, the credibility of the 2017 study is considered to be higher than that of 2008 survey. So based on that assumption, I think there's a progress made in the sewage system in North Korea to a certain extent. And I wanted to classify this into urban areas and rural areas. And as you can see, about 75% was the wastewater treatment rate for urban areas, while the rural areas showed the wastewater treatment rate of 27.9%. That means that in rural areas, live excreta are mostly disposed as they are without being treated. Then I wanted to make a regional comparison So let's move on to the next slide to understand the overall status by each region. As you can see, Northern Hamgyong Province and Jagang Province show the relatively high wastewater treatment rates of more than 50%. And Southern Hwanghae Province shows the smallest treatment rate. And this data, particular graph, is also included in the study done by UNICEF. This shows whether the excreta are being safely disposed or unsafely disposed. There are safe disposal of excreta from on-site sanitation facilities, as well as safe disposal, and also there is also a removal of excreta from on-site sanitation facilities. But in most cases, excreta are being disposed unsafely, and they end up being used as compost fertilizers in farmlands. So when they're used on farmlands, of course, they might include some nutrients that could be good for the soil, but there can be also pollutants that could flow into water sources, and these problems could actually lead to a rise or outbreak of infectious diseases, as well as the contamination of drinking water. So these challenges actually make us quite concerned. So I believe that this particular statistics could actually give you an implication that this could lead to a pollution of the drinking water, as well as the rise of infectious diseases. And this particular slide shows you the technical terms and research articles on the topic of storage systems. So if you refer to the titles of these research articles, you can see that they do have some level of expertise in running and operating storage systems, but I'm not so sure how in-depth their knowledge is. The next section covers the management of storage systems in North Korea. Actually, there's a new water management paradigm, and there have been actually 4 different water management paradigms. The wastewater treatment and sewer pipes that are used to collect sewage have been used for a long time, and they are considered basic infrastructure for large cities. But recently, there are many people arguing for and advocating for the distributed water management. So the concept of distributed water management is likely to gain foothold, and there are a lot of people who are pushing for this paradigm shift. And actually, North Koreans have already started to discuss this topic when it comes to managing storage systems. As you can see in the next slide, North Korea has been emphasizing these maintenance and operation technologies, including automation technologies, to operate the wastewater treatment plants. And it has been emphasizing rolling out the distributed small-scale storage purification structures. As I said earlier, this particular concept is rarely introduced in education or literature on storage systems. So based on this, we can understand that North Koreans are experiencing and suffering many economic problems. And in the midst of such difficulties, North Koreans have already adopted a paradigm shift or a newly rising trend in the storage system that has begun gaining attention in the international discussion. Personally, I think that the distributed small-scale storage systems can be threatening to human health or public health, because if they are not managed properly, they could lead to a rise or outbreak of infectious diseases. However, even so, all around the world, large cities all around the world have actually started discussing the possibility or the potential of the distributed small-scale sewer system. So I think it could be a good chance for North Korea to suggest new ideas or receive support from the international community to develop the new water management paradigm. So North Korea can be a testbed case for improving such water management system by adopting the distributed small-scale sewer systems. So I have my conclusions on the last slide. I've already mentioned all of these during my presentation, so I won't repeat myself. I think you can refer to my presentation slides if you need more information. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your great presentation. Just like the session 1, during session 2, we don't have any designated discussant. We have 4 discussants for the session 2. So please feel free to make your own comments about Dr. Park's presentation. Feel free to ask any question to Dr. Park Gi-hong. I'll hand over the microphone to Mr. Ko Sang-do first. Sorry, the microphone is off, so we're not getting the question. I apologize for this. The sound is not coming into the booth. The microphone is off. My apologies. So when we talk about the cooperation that is tailored to the needs on site, North Koreans tend to collect excreta in order to produce fertilizers. Sometimes they aim to collect 2 tons of excreta per household, and North Korean government seems to be quite passionate about using excreta as fertilizers. But you're talking about the paradigm shift toward flush toilets. My concern is that the reality in North Korea is actually defying the global water management paradigm. So I think we need to discuss further about the current situation in North Korea. And secondly, even if we install the modern style sewer system, I wonder how well it will be managed. Because as we saw in many developing countries in the past, even if modern style or modernized systems are implemented, the operation sometimes does not continue for more than 2 or 3 years. So I have concerns about that. And if, in the case of North Korea, they are experiencing electricity shortage as well. At the end of your presentation, you mentioned the distributed small-scale sewer system. As far as I understand, this is not the way commonly adopted by advanced countries like South Korea. Then I wonder if this is particularly an area that we can cooperate with North Korea, because it's not something we adopt in South Korea. Let's take other questions and listen to other discussants before we answer your question. For each presentation and topic, we take about 35 minutes or so. We don't want Dr. Park to leave without giving more information or having more discussion. So I would like to ask 2 more questions to Dr. Park. My first question is about the North Korean government. Dr. Park introduced the laws in North Korea in the beginning of the presentation, and the latter part focused on the UNICEF's survey result. What we always focus our attention on is the information sharing. We want to understand whether North Korean reality is actually being explained well enough using the laws and regulations in place in North Korea. So I have questions about that. And also, a lot of international organizations tend to conduct surveys or research on North Korea, but sometimes their survey questionnaires are designed in a way that they want to draw some kind of preset result or preset conclusion. I'm sure they ask questions about the environment in this particular survey. And usually the sampling of the population or the respondents are chosen by the North Korean government. I wonder how random the sample was when this particular survey was conducted. And when North Korean government chooses samples or respondents, what are some of the biases that the North Korean government has? And the Korean Environment Institute, who is the co-host of this conference, is actually organizing a team to study the North Korean government. So as you know, when we discuss the SWORD system in North Korea, we would like to understand the constraints or limitations we have when we try to study the SWORD system in North Korea. That will be really helpful and insightful for KEI. And your presentation is titled Estimation of Storage Level of Service by Disposal Paths of Excreta in North Korea. But today's conference topic is the carbon neutrality. I thought you would address the issue of biomass, but biomass was not mentioned in your presentation. So since our subtopic is carbon neutrality and inter-Korean cooperation for session 2, could you actually tell us what kind of implications this SWORD system or your topic has for reaching carbon neutrality on the Korean Peninsula and inter-Korean cooperation? If you can share your insights by linking this particular topic with carbon neutrality and the inter-Korean cooperation, it will be really informative to the co-host of this event. Is there anyone else who has any questions or who would like to make any comments? I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Chun Dong-jun. I believe that you must have worked really hard to conduct this research. As Professor Jae-han Kim said, the credibility of data on North Korea is always a topic of concern among researchers who study North Korea. You compare the data of Dr. Jae-hwan Yoon in 2008 and with the data of UNICEF research. Of course, there seems to be some progress made in this particular area, but economic sanctions have been in place for more than 15 years in North Korea. And I wonder, North Korea had any room for making investments into infrastructure, right? So I'm sure you've also had your own questions about the credibility of these data. Actually, the SWORD system has to do with environmental problems that are subsequent to the issue of weak or improper storage systems. So I was thinking perhaps based on the SWORD system data, perhaps we could trace back the data to understand the water quality in North Korea. Because North Korea has been talking about and advocating for the distributed small-scale storage system. So I thought it would be helpful if we can compare the water quality and the changes in the water quality over the years in North Korea. Of course, I'm not an expert in this particular field, but I just wanted to make this comment. Is there any other expert who would like to make any comments? If there's no further question or comment, then I'll ask Dr. Park to answer these questions and say final comments. Thank you very much for your insightful questions. And these are really great questions. It seems like you are also very interested in the topic. First of all, I would answer to the question raised by Professor Dong-Jun Chun, since it was the last question I can remember it quite clearly. Of course, there is a serious issue of credibility, lacking credibility of the North Korean data. Of course, the 2017 survey result seems to be more detailed compared to the result released in 2008. And it seems like the report authors were also concerned about the credibility of the results. So in the appendix section of the report, there are various explanations and list of references that they used. But despite their carefulness and extra care they put in to improve the credibility of the data, as Professor Kim said, the North Korean government actually intervened. The North Korean government actually provided support for this particular study. And because UNICEF had to conduct a survey of 8,500 households all around the country, without the North Korean government support, the UNICEF would not have been able to conduct this survey. So in conclusion, I'm sure there's room for North Korean government's bias being reflected on this particular survey. And this particular survey result was released almost 10 years after the 2008 research. But I honestly think that there wasn't much investment into the sanitation or storage infrastructure during those 10 years. I think the change in the result or the seemingly progressive result might be because of the different questionnaires used in the survey done by UNICEF. Of course, we could study the water quality using the storage systems, but of course, maintaining and operating storage systems is aimed at protecting the water sources and keeping the water quality safe. Actually, in my other studies, I did mention the water quality assessment in North Korea, but not all the rivers and streams were included in the research scope. So the overall pollution level or contamination level cannot be predicted or estimated based on these data. And I understand that KEI aims to study the contamination level of rivers and streams in North Korea going forward. I understand that KEI aims to improve the data set used for this, so I also personally look forward to such efforts made by the Korea Environment Institute. Let me now answer to the question raised by Dr. Ko. Honestly speaking, I actually thought of the same question myself. The distributed small-scale storage system modules are being advocated, but it seems like it's the inevitable choice for North Korea. About 200 to 300,000 populations and cities with 200 to 300,000 cities in North Korea are comparable to Ansong in South Korea. And in South Korea, of course, cities like Ansong, even though they're relatively small compared to the capital, the storage systems are very well established.
사실은 우리 고민하는 대로 이게 그 가장 좋은 형태의 그 어떤 모습이냐.
The question of whether this centralized storage system is the best choice or not should be considered by each region. I think in the case of Seoul, since it is a metropolitan city and it is considered one of the largest cities in the world, there are actually 4 water circulation centers, and each center processes and treats at least 1.5 million tons of water every day. And actually, Seoul has its own challenges, and there's a need for pushing or leaning toward the distribution source system. Because the centralized lure systems have been used by advanced countries, and we are also following the suit. But this particular type of system, it is very energy intensive. In the past, we didn't really think about using or producing energy using biomass. So as we try to reach carbon neutrality in the future, and as we try to produce energy using the methane gas coming from the sludge, and we will probably try to circulate that energy to be used in the wastewater treatment centers and plants. So energy self-sufficiency indicator is the concept that we use to understand this. In a water treatment plant in Austria, there's one particular center that has the energy self-sufficiency rate of 100%, but I think that this is a very exceptional case. I think particular specialized technologies were used in order to achieve that in Austria. So in South Korea, when it comes to energy production, energy neutrality, and we even talk and energy positive that we often talk about, the long-standing use of the conventional storage system actually needs to be revised or improved. A major paradigm shift seems to be happening, including in South Korea. My personal take is this. North Korea seems to be advocating for the distributed small-scale storage system, but whether North Korea can adopt this sophisticated or the next paradigm in water management without going through the gradual development of the storage system is a question. I wonder if that is possible. Personally, I've never drawn any conclusion on that topic, but even so, I do have my personal expectations about this possibility. Perhaps North Korea could actually leap forward to the distributed small-scale storage system, which is considered a new concept in the storage system management paradigms. I wonder if my answers answer to your questions. I'm sure there are many more things you can share with us, but because we have other presentations during this session, we'll wrap up here. Then let's conclude the presentation of Dr. Kyung Park. Let's say bye to Dr. Kyung Park. And we'll move on to the second presentation, North Korea's natural disaster and the inter-Korean cooperation.
We have the presentation by Mr. Kang Taek-gu of KAI. Please allow me to take off my mask and say my greetings. I am Kang Taek-gu, as introduced. Today I will talk about the natural disasters in North Korea and the strategy for cooperation. This presentation deals with one of the projects being conducted by the Center for Environmental Information of North Korea. So I hope that this will be an opportunity for us to share information about some of our projects at the center. Okay, now, so I know how to flip through the slides. Thank you. These are the 5 topics that I will cover today. As you know very well, when you see the press releases and press reports about natural disasters in North Korea, North Korea does face a serious challenge of responding to natural disasters. Recently, the EU published Global Risk Index 2020 report, and according to this report, North Korea ranked 39. Korea ranks about 150th place, so the higher you are in the ranking, the more vulnerable you are to the risks. So North Korea is quite high up in the ranking. And the natural disasters in North Korea has a toll on the croplands in North Korea, and then also if you look at the top right, you see this diagram. This is data that's been prepared by a private organization in the States. So Seoul is known as the granary in North Korea, where they harvest rice and corns, and the crop yield in this region is deteriorating due to natural disasters. And this shows the future scenario for the future deterioration as well. These natural disasters in North Korea take a toll on human beings, and also there is a material toll, and this leads to inundation due to flooding, and this affects the arable lands in North Korea, and also deforestation leading to shortages of food. As Professor Park said, the infrastructure, such as the water system in North Korea, has quite a poor quality, and therefore, when there's a flood in North Korea, and also if there's and that could lead to an outbreak of infectious diseases, it could affect drinking water, which could affect the hygiene and safety of the North Korean people. So you see this chain effect of the natural disasters leading to shortages of food and also negative impact on nutrition, and this leads to a vicious cycle across many different domains. So North Korea faces these natural disasters as a threat. I would like to talk to you about the current status of natural disasters in North Korea, as well as how we can cooperate with North Korea and how the international community can cooperate with North Korea. So we did publish a report on that, and I would like to talk a little bit about that today. And so I would like to talk to you about the past 30 years of natural disasters in North Korea. So this was published in 2015, and it examined the natural. So this was an analysis of between 1991 and 2020. Before that, we did have another report analyzing the previous decade, but this particular report on the slide refers to the period between 1991 and 2020. As you can see, there are different categories of natural disasters. This is the criteria used in South Korea for your information. And as you see here, over 30 years, a total of 272 natural disasters took place. And simultaneously, there were 88 events that actually took place at the same time, whether it's heavy downpour, earthquake, etc. And if you look at this by the decade, you see 5 in 1990s, 11 in the 2000s, and 11.2 in the 2010s. So you can see an increasing trend in the frequency of natural disasters. So as you can see, between December and February, you have the cold wave. Between March and May, you have yellow dust. In June, you have drought. And in July to October, you have flooding, heavy downpour, strong wind, and etc. As for the earthquake, an earthquake with a magnitude of 3.0 or lower is not a very big earthquake. It cannot really be felt by the human beings, but the earthquake with a magnitude of 3.5 or higher, which can be felt by the human beings, there were 14 of such earthquakes. So the table at the bottom of the slide shows the number of these different disasters that took place. This shows the regional breakdown, and if you look here, you see that most of the natural disasters are actually concentrated across the border area, and there could be many theories about why this is so. My assumption, my hypothesis is that around the border area,
You
have more highly populated areas, and this is where you have the border with South Korea. And these natural disaster data of North Korea has been compiled based on what has been reported by North Korea, as well as international organizations and also the Korean press. And I believe the media mostly reports on the natural disasters around the border area, so maybe that is why we see a high concentration here. However, in Yangang or other remote regions, maybe the natural disasters happen at the same frequency, but they are less reported by the media. Also, these areas that are farther from the border area have less population density, and that is perhaps why there are less reports as well. And now I would like to talk a little bit about North Korea's responses to natural disasters. Recently, with Kim Jong-un's leadership, I see that North Korea is showing greater interest in the natural disasters. If you look at the North Korean newspaper, you see Chairman Kim Jong-un actually coming to the site of the natural disaster in sweatshirt and giving instructions to the people about how to handle the aftermath of the natural disasters. We see more of this compared to the previous leaders of North Korea. So there seems to be a greater interest in North Korea in natural disasters. And due to such changing perception, in the past we didn't have a lot of media coverage in North Korea on the site, but now we have more media coverage on the site. So you see anchors actually talking and giving media coverage in the rain, in the heavy rainfall. And also they seem to use radio or TV broadcasting in order to let the people know about the natural disasters. Also, they seem to be building a system to respond to the natural disasters. Of course, we have limited knowledge of that. But for example, under the Central Cabinet, they have built a National Emergency Natural Prevention and Response Committee. And this particular committee is referred to by different names depending on the media outlet. But all we can do is assume that there must be a single body which has been established to respond to natural disasters. But there isn't enough integrated information for us to make sense of what's really happening there. And also, North Korea seems to be joining the international community's trends of responding to natural disasters. For example, North Korea published in 2019 its natural disaster risk reduction strategy. And in June, DPRK Voluntary National Review was published. And this actually shows North Korea's commitment to achieve SDGs in line with the global community's efforts. So it showed DPRK's voluntary efforts to actually reduce greenhouse gases and achieve other SDGs. And in 2018, North Korea established a Sustainable Development National Task Force. So this covers not just natural disasters, but sustainable development as a general. However, it still does have limited resources and infrastructure in responding to natural resources, and also it's over-dependent on external institutions like international organizations. And also, rather than making a systematic response, there is a higher dependence on that leader, Kim Jong-un's instructions and guidance. Also, as I said earlier, in 2014, they did legislate an act on disaster prevention, rescue, and recovery. However, in order for a legislation to be effective, you need enforcement ordinances and specific regulations. And we don't know if they have these ordinances and regulations, but for now, we haven't been able to come across any such information. So there seems to be limitation in the enforcement of such laws. And now I would like to talk about how the international community, South Korea and North Korea are responding to natural disasters. These are some of the major characteristics. The international organizations under the UN or the NGOs under the EU are taking the initiative to cooperate with North Korea in responding to natural disasters. Recently, with the outbreak of COVID-19, in North Korea, we see a crisis of not just natural disasters, but also shortages of food, and a lot of international organizations have been involved in a addressing these challenges. However, a lot of the organizations and the personnel from the international organizations had to leave North Korea because of COVID-19, so there seems to be a limited response inside North Korea now. And also, there is a strategic framework between the UN and North Korea, and this serves as the foundation for the cooperation. And this strategic framework has four major pillars for strategy. Number one is food and nutrition security. Next is social development services. Third is resilience and sustainable development. And then we have data and development management. And of course, there are the sanctions against North Korea, and North Korea has limited funding. So we do see a lot of limited responses in North Korea. As for the inter-Korean cooperation in the context of natural disasters, well, actually, we don't really have a long history because it was in 1992 that we resumed exchanges, but it was only in 2000 that we began our cooperation in terms of natural disasters. And we haven't really been able to sign a lot of agreements, and also we have quite a low level of cooperation in the domain of natural disasters. And most of our cooperation has been focused on prevention of flood damages in Imjingang River, but of course, due to the strain in the inter-Korean relations, that has stopped as well since 2018. And as you know, military, political, and other agenda influence our response to natural disasters. And now I would like to give you some of my proposals or implications. In order to cooperate for North Korean natural disaster response, we need to advance Korean-led and also international community-led cooperation, and we need to think about how to actually fund the resources. And of course, we need to address the issue of the sanctions against North Korea as well, because the international community as well as individual countries have sanctions against North Korea that has to be addressed in order for us to think about natural disasters. And when it comes to natural disaster response, humanitarian efforts are of course important, but also there could be many different angles, many different perspectives that we can take. And I think what's the most important is for North Korea to be committed to this end. For example, IMF, the World Bank, North Korea has to be members of these organizations in order to actually get realistic assistance and ODA from these international organizations. In the short term, the two Koreas did reach a number of agreements. For example, we do have a subcommittee for responding to natural disasters, for example, exchanging related information. We need to extend and expand those efforts. And also, by nature, natural disasters have to be approached from a comprehensive perspective because disaster, food, health, energy, they are all interrelated with each other. So we need to really take a holistic approach toward all of these aspects. And in terms of inter-Korean cooperation, there are contradictions in the legal system or the institutional system. There are people who talk about the need for development cooperation between the two Koreas, and of course in the long term we do have a need for that, but for example, the Act on Inter-Korean Exchanges or International Cooperation Act, some of these laws and regulations are in conflict with each other. Therefore, we would need to adjust our legal and institutional system as well to resolve these contradictions. And as Professor Chang will talk about later, for example, we could pay North Korea to sell the emissions credits. And so but that is currently not allowed under the legislation. So I think we will need to make some adjustments in the legal system to allow for these new approaches. And in the long term, we need to have a comprehensive cooperation strategy that covers not just natural disasters, but also food and health and other domains as well. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
강태구 박사님.
Dr.
세
Kang.
번째 발표자는
Then the third presenter is Dr. Soo Jung-myung. She is actually on a business trip in a foreign country. So we'll be meeting her through a video that was recorded in advance of this event. Is the video presentation ready? Hi everyone, this is Soo Jung-myung. Today I'll be talking about the climate change in North Korea and its implications on inter-Korean cooperation. First, I'll talk about the climate change in North Korea and its outlook, and I'll also talk about the climate change responses in North Korea. Climate change is rapidly occurring in North Korea. For the last 100 years, the average annual temperature rose by 4.5, and the global temperature rise was about 0.85 degrees Celsius. As you can see, both in South Korea and North Korea, the temperature rise is occurring at a faster pace than the global temperature rise. If you look at the 10-year average temperature, South Korea's average temperature of the last 10 years rose by 0.36 degrees Celsius, while North Korea's figure increased by 0.45 degrees Celsius, which was 1.3 times faster. And from 1918 to 2000, North Korea's average temperature rose by 0.19 degrees Celsius every 10 years, but the 10-year average temperature rise between 1971 to 2005 was 0.35 degrees Celsius. The precipitations didn't change drastically, but it is on an upward trend overall. However, when there is a drought, the drought tends to be prolonged, and when there is a rainfall, the rainfall tends to be heavy. So disastrous weather events are occurring in North Korea, and the 4 seasons are quite distinct in North Korea as well. When we review the climate change occurring on the Korean Peninsula during the last century, summer is becoming longer while the winter is getting shorter. And if you look at the winter during the recent 30 years, it became shorter, and the summer used to be 98 days, but recently the summer tends to last for 107 days a year. And the tropical nights and the days with extreme heat are increasing every year. As you can see, the tropical nights have become even more frequent. As you can see on the right, the red graph bar shows you the recent meteorological data. You can see a significant increase in tropical nights and the days with extreme heat. The global warming trend is quite conspicuous on the Korean Peninsula. If you refer to the climate change during the last 100 years, the climatological standard normal has grown a lot. From 1971 to 1981, it used to be 12.5 degrees Celsius, but it grew quite significantly, showing the climatological standard normal being 12.8 degrees Celsius. As you can see, the 10-year average temperature also grew by 0.9 degrees Celsius. During the 1980s, the figure was 12.2 degrees Celsius, while in recent years, the 10-year average temperature is at 13 degrees Celsius. If you compare every year by the following year, it is hard to draw any conclusion. But if we refer to temperature rises on average by comparing longer periods of time, then we can see a general trend. As you can see, climate itself on the Korean Peninsula is changing. Based on the analysis on the longer year-based average figures, let's consider some scenarios of climate change. there are various climate change scenarios based on how much we emit pollutants that are the sources of greenhouse gas. These commonly used scenarios include the RCP scenario. RCP 2.6 scenario is the eco-friendly scenario where the greenhouse gas emissions are cut significantly. RCP 8.5 scenario is the scenario where we keep emitting greenhouse gases on a similar level as the current level. So depending on how much effort we make on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, climate change could occur differently. So if we adopt the eco-friendly scenario, the warmed regions are not too many, but in the RCP 8.5 scenario, regions with cold winter or regions with microthermal temperature are bound to decrease. So only by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we can maintain the similar climate as we have right now. And we should also consider the annual average temperature rises according to scenario. Compared to RCP 2.6, in the RCP 8.5, the annual average temperature is bound to rise more significantly. And then I've divided into the average temperature rise by region, by South Korea and North Korea. As you can see, North Korea is likely to experience severe temperature rise compared to South Korea. And for each period of the 21st century, this shows the number of days with tropical nights. In the RCP 8.5 scenario, as you can see, in the late 21st century, we'll be seeing a lot of tropical nights occurring a year. So the climate change is bound to be even more serious with the RCP 8.5 scenario. So reducing greenhouse gas seems to be a must. Let's take a look at the number of days with extreme cold for each period of the 21st century, depending on the RCP scenario. Since global warming is likely to occur with the RCP 8.5 scenario, compared to the early 21st century, in the late 21st century, there would be fewer days with extreme cold with the RCP 8.5 scenario. And then let's take a look at the changes in the expected precipitation on the Korean Peninsula. Unlike the temperature trend, the trend in the precipitation is not likely to be unilateral. However, in the late 21st century, the precipitation level is expected to be much higher. However, there will be some periods where we'll see fewer precipitation in some years. So there is no clear trend shown in these. Now let me talk about the future sea levels on the Korean Peninsula. Going forward, on every coast on the Korean Peninsula, there will be sea level rises. This is the result predicted by the Korea Hydrographic and Oceanographic Agency. And this data was collected during the years between 1989 till 2018. As you can see, sea level rises occurred significantly and conspicuously on every coast on the Korean Peninsula. But with the severe global warming or climate change scenario, the sea level rise level is definitely going to be much more significant. Then let me now talk about the impacts of climate change on North Korea. I'll explain the climate change's impacts on different sectors. Based on the interviews with North Korean defectors and survey, natural disasters seem to have increased over the years in North Korea. Also, the availability of water resources has decreased, as well as the water quality. And the frequency and the severity of floods and droughts have become more significant. And this would impact agriculture production a lot, especially regions suitable to cultivate certain crops are bound to change. So in other words, for each region, the types of crops or fruits and plants that can grow could change over the years. And also, with the rising temperature, the Korean Peninsula is likely to grow crops for a longer time compared to the past. And in coastal regions, the sea level rises are likely to have an impact on the frequency of floods, and the shoreline retreats occur while the sea water is likely to inundate coastal regions. In the area of public hygiene and public health, the risk of infectious disease becomes greater due to the impact of climate change. And the biotic communities are bound to change, as well as the number of species and the number of habitats available for organisms. So the environment is likely to become very tough for life to exist and survive. And the damages caused by forest insects, harmful insects, are becoming serious in North Korea as well. Based on surveys and interviews with North Koreans, we can find out that the extreme heat during summer has become more serious, while the extreme cold during the winter is about the same or actually worse. This should be understood by understanding that due to the lack of energy and heating in North Korea, people might feel that the cold has become worse in North Korea. And a warm day that comes after 3 days of cold is not likely to occur as much as in the past. And this actually takes a toll on agricultural production. So we could find out these changes and trends based on the interviews with North Korean defectors. Then I'll talk about the outlook or the likelihood of production failures of key crops in North Korea. The West Coast area is considered the granary of North Korea, but this region will be impacted by climate change, and this will lead to decrease in the rice production's productivity and efficiency. What you're seeing right now is the data provided by South Korea, according to South Korea's Agricultural Promotion Agency. South Korea is likely to become a subtropical region, so especially on the West Sea and South Sea, and some regions in these sea will become subtropical in terms of climate. Therefore, some of the crops that used to be cultivated in the southern part of Korea could actually grow in the northern part of Korea in the future. For example, the tangerine oranges could actually grow in the northern part in the future, and apples that used to grow well in Daegu could actually grow well in Pocheon or even in North Korea in the future. So this particular graph indicates that the regions suitable for certain crop cultivation and growing are likely to change along with the climate change. So in order to eat and enjoy the same fruits and plants that we have right now, we might need to closely work with North Korea in the future. One of the most serious environmental problems in North Korea is the deforestation. There are many barren areas and barren mountains in North Korea. Due to the increasing disastrous weather events in North Korea, there can be greater damages caused by natural disasters, partly due to the barren mountains. There can be landslides and also slides of silt from these barren mountains. The damages caused by natural disasters in North Korea are quite serious. According to ISDR, North Korea is the world's third most serious country experiencing the natural disaster. And the Voice of America also said North Korea was the 9th country in terms of the number of victims who were killed by natural disaster as of 2019. So natural disasters are expected to become even more serious in the future. So in order to minimize the impact of natural disasters, we need to work together and make efforts. On the right, you can see the timeline of major natural disasters that occurred in North Korea. The extreme flood and drought in North Korea caused significant economic losses, and even recently, damages caused by floods and other natural disasters have been serious in North Korea, threatening the livelihood of North Korea. Now I'll talk about the implications of the inter-Korean cooperation. Before we talk about the implications on inter-Korean cooperation, I would like to talk about what kind of discussions are being made on the topic of climate change globally. The IPCC released the 1.5 degrees Celsius special report in 2018, and recently the 6th assessment report, starting with the Working Group 1, was released this year. If you look at the global warming predictions based on SSP scenarios, SSP scenarios are used in this particular assessment report. And if we consider the eco-friendly SSP1 scenario, we can actually, under the scenario of SSP1, we assume that we'll be able to keep the global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Of course, this goal has been pursued for a long time, and in order to meet the goal of keeping the global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to achieve this SSP1 scenario. And under this scenario, we must reduce greenhouse gas emission along with other efforts. And currently, the UNFCCC's Conference of Parties is being held in Glasgow, UK. As you know, the Paris Agreement was adopted and signed in 2015 during the COP21. And when the Paris Agreement was adopted, parties submitted the nationally determined contributions. And currently, many countries are upgrading their NDC goals. South Korea has also decided to upgrade the NDC for the year 2030 to 40%. In other words, South Korea is undertaking the daunting task of reducing greenhouse gases and taking more aggressive attitude. And with the understanding that we need to more rapidly undertake the task of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, many countries are declaring the goal of reaching carbon neutrality. Climate change is becoming more serious, and the negative impacts can be felt by everyone right now. Therefore, we need to achieve net zero, in other words, carbon neutrality, in order to address the fundamental causes of global warming and climate change. With these in mind, I'll talk about the implications on the inter-Korean cooperation. If you look at the NDC submitted by North Korea actually submitted its first NDC goals in 2016 to the United Nations. They actually submitted NDCs in two types. There's the unconditional contribution as well as the conditional contribution. North Korea believed that it could achieve reduction of 8% voluntarily and independently. North Korea also announced and promised that total of about 40% of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions can be possible with the support of the international community. In other words, the conditional contribution will help North Korea achieve that goal. And in 2019, North Korea upgraded the NDC goal to 16.4% for unconditional contribution, while the unconditional contribution goal also was upgraded to 36%. Next, I'll explain some of the ways suggested by North Korea to implement and take action to fight against global climate change. Various projects were suggested by North Korea when North Korea submitted the NDC. There can be wind power generation projects and fertilization, and various projects and solutions were suggested by North Korea. As for the impact of climate change, North Korea also suggested ways to adapt to climate change. For instance, ways to prevent water quality deterioration and adoption of advanced agricultural technologies and environmental conservation efforts were suggested. So projects and solutions in many different fields and sectors were suggested by North Korea in an effort to adapt to climate change. So based on these specific projects and goals, we could think of where and how we can cooperate with North Korea. The audio quality is poor, I'm sorry. Then what are some of the climate change adaptation projects we can work together? If you refer to the Pyongyang Joint Declaration in 2018, the declaration actually writes that the two Koreas will work together and cooperate with one another to protect and recover the ecosystem, and cooperation in the field of afforestation will be the sector and area where the two Koreas will work together. So as long as we have the conditions set for inter-Korean cooperation on these fields, we'll be able to pursue earnest cooperation between the two countries. Again, let me repeat that both adaptation to climate change and mitigation of climate change should be pursued. We not only need projects to help us adapt to climate change, but at the same time, we need to pursue projects that would mitigate the impact of climate change, including reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. And the ecosystems, agricultural sector, and water resources sectors are considered more vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So these sectors should be areas that should be priorities when it comes to the inter-Korean cooperation in fighting against climate change. Currently, the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration is in place. So we need to align our inter-Korean cooperation in fighting against climate change with the UN's initiatives. And recently, the concept of nature-based solution is often discussed. Even during the COP26 being held in the UK, who's the chair of the COP26, is emphasizing the need for the nature-based solution. As for the nature-based solution, it is actually an approach suitable for North Korea. So it should be actively utilized to restore the ecosystems, including forests, and we can expand and strengthen the role of forests being absorbent of carbon emissions. Since damages caused by natural disasters are quite serious in North Korea, installing basic infrastructure and strengthening capabilities to mitigate the impacts of natural disaster are needed. And we need to identify cooperation projects by considering the needs of North Korean people. And these projects and cooperation need to be aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals proposed by the United Nations. So in order for two Koreas to work together and join forces to fight against global climate change, we need to pursue eco-friendly projects. At the same time, cooperation with the aim to achieve carbon neutrality on the Korean Peninsula must be needed. We need to take this crisis into an opportunity. So the fight against global climate change could be a chance for us to enhance inter-Korean cooperation. With that in mind, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause, although she's not with us today. Dr. Myung is in the UK, and there seems to have been a connection issue, and the video did not play smoothly. There were many pauses and lags in the video, so please kindly understand that when you hear interpretation as well. And we have our last presenter today by Dr. Chang Won-seok of KI, who will be presenting on cooperation between South and North Korea for net zero emissions on the Korean Peninsula based on NBS and REDD+. Dr. Myung was in the UK and she recorded her video in advance, so I was not able to tell her about the time assigned to her, so she went a little over time. And Dr. Chang, I would like to keep to your assigned time of 20 minutes, please. Thank you. As I've been introduced, I am Chang Won-seok of KEI. Once the slides are ready, I will begin my presentation. Today, I would like to talk about inter-Korean carbon neutrality cooperation based on NBS and REDD+. So I keep flipping past 2 pages if I click it once. There seems to be a problem with the clicker, But here we are. These are the topics that I will cover today. There are 4 major topics I will cover. First of all, I will talk about nature-based solution or NBS and REDD+ and what they are. And also I will talk about the carbon sink for carbon neutrality. Mostly I will focus on the forests and the land. And next I will talk about why the 2 Koreas have to cooperate on this front. And last but not least, I will talk about the ways of inter-Korean cooperation to achieve carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. This is a diagram that you must all be familiar with. Achieving carbon neutrality means alleviating and reducing global warming and also slowing down global warming. If we maintain business as usual greenhouse gas emissions, then by 2040, it's very likely that the global temperature will rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Until now, it has risen by 1.1 degrees Celsius already. Recently, we have had wildfires in California and the floods in China, so we seem to have more and more frequent large-scale natural disasters all around the world. And if the global temperature rises by 1.5 degrees Celsius, it will lead to even more dramatic extreme climate events. Last year, there were a lot of press reports about how we have had a historically frequent and severe natural disasters, and we see that every year on the press. We seem to be setting a record on natural disasters every year, and this will become even more severe with the 1.5 degrees Celsius rise. The sea level will rise by 1 meter if the scenario comes true, and the coral reefs would become almost extinct if we do have an increase of 1.5 degrees Celsius. I would like to talk about today's keywords. First of all, carbon neutrality. I'm sure you are familiar with this term, but actually, carbon neutrality could be interpreted in different ways. You may think that this is just about making net zero emissions in carbon, but actually, carbon neutrality means neutrality in greenhouse gases. However, there is a more specific term called net zero, which refers to net zero emissions of greenhouse gases, including CO2. Global warming is caused by not just carbon, but by the different types of greenhouse gases. Of course, CO2 takes a large share in the greenhouse gases, but there are other types of greenhouse gases like methane and N2O and etc. In Korea, we talk about it in the word of carbon neutrality, and I will refer to it as carbon neutrality, but in the strictest sense of the word, we should be using the word net zero. NBS or nature-based solutions refer to actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems. So it's a way to use nature in order to address various environmental challenges. A definition would be the action to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystems that address societal challenges like climate change, according to IUCN. So IPCC or the EU or the IUCN continue to emphasize NBS as a way to achieve carbon neutrality. Now let's look a little deeper into NBS. Wikipedia defines NBS as the sustainable management and use of nature for tackling socio-environmental challenges. And NBS could be an effective way to address socio-environmental challenges. There are different types of NBS. For example, we have the urban wetland and urban forests. You see those in the pictures here, and also coastal wetlands and inland wetlands, vegetations and forests, green spaces in the urban area, floodplains and mangroves. But today I would like to focus on the forests as NBS. There are different functions of NBS. They can serve as carbon sinks, and also they can allow us to adapt to the climate change. And also, we have the ecological functions of addressing water shortage, water quality pollution, food security, human health, biodiversity, and disaster risk management. So NBS allows us to address a lot of these challenges. Now that we talked about NBS, we have to also talk about CCUS, which is on the other side of the spectrum. And also we have DAC as well on the other side of the spectrum. So you must have read the report by one of the international organizations on CCUS. So NBS is a nature-based solution, but CCUS and DAC are the more artificial methods. Let's look at CCUS first. As you see, I mean, just the pictures here on the slide look very artificial. CCUS involves a lot of plants and facilities that have to be equipped by the plants to capture, store, and reuse carbon. CCUS stands for carbon capture, usage, and storage. So it's a combination of CCS and CCU. And the advantage of CCUS is that it can store a large amount of CO2. CCS and CCU can allow us to accelerate the achievement of carbon neutrality, and so there's a lot of investment in CCUS. However, the con is that it does require a lot of investment, and it's a future-oriented technology. So one day it could reach perfection, but at the moment we do still have technical limitations, and it does require a lot of investments. And also there's a possibility of CO2 leakage because CCUS involves storing CO2 in the land, so there is the risk of leakage from the geological storage. And also you have to consider the geological features to select the right site, and also requires a lot of energy when you operate these repositories. And CCUS goes hand in hand with the power plants, and therefore this is a technology often used in fossil fuel burning, like the coals and gas. But these thermal power plants are decreasing all over the world. So we have an alternative here called the DAC, which is direct air capture. CCUS is about capturing CO2 from point sources to be recycled, but DAC is about capturing CO2 directly from the ambient air. This is a more practical technology, and so there's a lot of investment going on in DAC, including Bill Gates, who made an investment in DAC, but there are still uncertainties in this technology as well. Let's look at the cons first. Again, you do need high CAPEX, you need a big investment, you need a big operating cost, and you do need to spend a lot of energy and water to run the DAC facility. And per ton of CO2, the cost of capturing CO2 using DAC is about $600 to $1,000. But in order for this technology to become more widely available and widely commercial, it would have to come down to $100 per ton of CO2. And one DAC plant can actually serve as a carbon sink equivalent to a forest of 40 million trees. So the effect of capturing and absorbing CO2 is quite effective. Now I would like to talk a little bit about RED+. RED+ goes hand in hand with NBS. I told you earlier that NBS was a natural and physical way of addressing the problem, but our RED+ would be a more institutional approach. The UN has the leadership in implementing RED+. So our RED stands for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And as I said, the UN has the initiative in this program. And also RED+ means conservation and sustainable management of forests. So this basically also combines the concept of SDGs. The sixth SDG is a concept about cooperation for the forest preservation, and a lot of the developing countries are experiencing forest degradation, so this is an effort to actually prevent that and to develop their forest land. so that this could contribute to the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. So this could be a concept of trade-off between the developed countries and the developing countries in order to achieve SDGs through a joint effort. And now I would like to talk about the carbon sink. To achieve carbon neutrality, obviously you need to manage the carbon source and the carbon sink accordingly. You can't just focus on the environment. You can't just focus on the environment. You have to catch both birds of the environment and the economy. To do that, you need to minimize the carbon sources. You need to maximize the carbon sinks. And as I said, the carbon sink has three major categories of approach, which is NBS, CCUS, and DAC. NBS is a more natural approach. CCUS and DAC are the more artificial approaches. If you look at the top left, this is what we look like right now. So greenhouse gases are emitted in a larger amount than what's being absorbed, so we have a net emission. However, if we achieve carbon neutrality, we have the same amount of emissions and the absorption, which would allow us to reach net zero. And on the right, you see the ideal picture of carbon sink. You have CCUS at a minimum, and you have DAC at a minimum, and you have NBS at a maximum. That would be the ideal picture and the ideal approach to achieve SDGs. Simply achieving carbon neutrality does not mean that a single country should have thousands of CCUS plants and DAC plants and facilities, because if you do that, then I think it would make our efforts meaningless, and therefore we need to maximize NBS, and we need to really minimize the use of CCUS and DAC because they can absorb a lot of carbon, but we do need to think about them as auxiliary methods because they do have the side effects as well. And let's look at our target for carbon absorption by 2050. So the target is using NBS to absorb 25.3 million tons. This is what has been announced as the final 2050 carbon neutrality scenario. And CCUS would absorb 84.6 million tons, and DAC would absorb 7.4 million tons of carbon. I will have to rush a little in order to make sure I finish on time. So if you make the good use of forests, then you can get a lot of benefits out of it. But if you do it wrong, then it could lead to forest degradation. Forests, of course, are effective at absorbing carbon relative to the cost, and also it continues to stay effective. So the forest can be considered BECCS or bioenergy CCS, which basically means it's a natural repository of capturing carbon. It's a great natural carbon capture and storage repository, and it offers the ecological services, and it allows us to adapt to climate change. But the forest is not just a carbon sink, but also it offers ecological benefits, and therefore we should make sure that we create an environment where the human beings and other organisms can coexist in harmony. So if you do it well, forests can become a great resource. If you use it wrong, then it would lead to forest degradation. Forest degradation obviously leads to a reduction in carbon sink, and once any forest is degraded, it takes a long time to recover. Also, forest degradation always is discussed coupled with soil degradation. So forest degradation can accelerate soil degradation. So as of 2018, per hectare of forest, 41.3 million tons can be absorbed, and as of 2050, it would absorb 25.3 million tons. And this is based on the unit of ton per hectare per year. After 30 or 40 years, the amount that can be absorbed with forests would decrease, so we do need to replant trees. And the impact sector with more than 10 in journals, these prestigious journals, say that once the trees become aged and older, they do absorb more carbon. And if you look at P&H papers and articles, younger trees do absorb more carbon, but by young, it refers to 140 years or older. So 140-year-old trees are the young trees according to these papers. In Korea, we mostly have 30 to 40 year old trees, so we need to actually make sure we have a better understanding of the relationship between the age of the trees as well as their absorption efficacy, because this could actually place or reduce the pressure on manufacturing industry or other industries in Korea that emit a lot of carbon dioxide. So we need to have a more accurate understanding of this in the Korean context. And if you look at the impact of forest degradation, we heard from Mr. Park and Mr. Kang and Mr. Myung already about this. Now, forest degradation could lead to natural disasters like landslide and floods, and it would inundate farmlands. It leads to the loss of farmlands, and it heightens the floor of the rivers and streams, which would pollute the surface water, and also it could pollute drinking water, and it could lead to shortage of food. So there's this chain effect of forest degradation, which has been proven through a lot of research, as you see here. And forest degradation leads to land degradation. According to biogeochemistry major scholars, the land is the repository of all global resources and the source of life. So the carbon in land is more than 3 times the carbon in the atmosphere. So I say that carbon in the land is kind of like a sword. It's a double-edged sword. So if the carbon is in the land, it could actually become a great resource. But if it's in the atmosphere, then it can be the culprit behind climate change. So just like the knife in the chef's hand is a great tool, but if the knife goes into the wrong hand, then it could harm people, just like that. And the value of carbon in the land amounts to 22 billion Korean won per year. So if we lose that, that actually amounts to a significant loss in value. This shows a 4-year global survey, and this shows the economic impact and loss caused by soil erosion in the states. The total loss caused by land loss is about 85 billion Korean won per year, and the total loss caused by soil degradation would reach about 580 billion Korean won per year. Now I would like to talk about why the two Koreas have to cooperate. Cooperation, of course, should be a win-win model for both parties. We need a carbon sink, and North Korea needs to prevent natural disasters and prevent forest degradation. As I said, Korea is a manufacturing powerhouse. One of the disadvantages of manufacturing industry is that it's a large emitter of carbon. And of course, it's difficult for us to give up manufacturing industry. So steel, petrochemical, cement, and other manufacturing industries that emit a lot of carbon are under a lot of pressure. According to the Industry Research Institute of Korea, the carbon neutrality scenario would impact about 44% of the manufacturing production, and it could actually lead to a loss of jobs for as many as 1.34 million people. So we need to address that. In North Korea, they need afforestation because since the 1990s, due to serious economic crisis, they have actually taken advantage of the forests for firewoods and slash and burn fields, which have led to the forest degradation, land loss, and natural disasters. So they do need to recover their forests. So how can we actually mutually help each other? We need to first identify the pros and cons of the two countries. South Korea has strong civil engineering technologies, renewable energy, ESS, and other technologies, whereas North Korea has a great natural environment for NBS. And South Korea is the world's #3 manufacturing powerhouse, so we need to really maximize our carbon sink, whereas North Korea needs to recover its natural environment and reduce natural disasters and secure food and energy.
그래서 몇 가지 그림을 준비했는데요. 이제 뭐 평양시라든지
On the slide, you
함경남도,
see the map,
강원도에서
the pictures of 평양, 함경북도, 함경,
민둥산이라고 표현을 하겠습니다.
강원도 and 황해북도. So these are some of the provinces that you see here. A shows almost like a wasteland, so it has been reduced to a wasteland due to forest degradation, and B, C, D also shows the degradations caused by flooding. But these are pictures from 2020 and 2021, so this is actually what the land looks like even right now. North Korea has proclaimed a commitment to achieve carbon neutrality, as Professor Myung said. In North Korea, it has actually participated in a meeting of parties for the International Convention on the Environment and expressed its will to take part in the global effort to protect the environment. And also it has established the Sustainable Development National Task Force as well. And also it published the VNR report, where it has actually revised its greenhouse gas reduction target upward. But this year it did revise down the target a little, but compared to the 2018 level, it has been revised upward. And so the target is to reduce by 32.25% in 2018, 36% in 2019, and 50.34% in 2021. And this is on the premise that it receives ODA. This shows that North Korea wants the assistance from the international community, and if it does receive the assistance, it's willing to work for these goals. And now I would like to talk about the ways for the two Koreas to cooperate for carbon neutrality. And I'm sure that you're familiar with these concepts. South Korea went through the same experience as what North Korea is going through right now, and that's good because we know what they're going through and we know how to solve their problems. In South Korea, after liberation from the Japanese rule, well, actually before the liberation, all of our mountains were naked. So if you looked at Hanyang from the sky, it was a wasteland. It wasn't like a naked land. That was a sentence in a German journalist Gente's publication before the liberation. But after liberation, we designated Arbor Day and we attempted afforestation, but it was not so successful because the 80% of the fuels used in households were firewoods. So even if they do plant trees, these trees were felled for firewood. And after the Korean War, even the trees in the deepest of the mountains were logged, and so it almost seemed irrecoverable. And the UN report also used the phrase chronic and irrecoverable in relation to the forest degradation of Korea. So the UN was very pessimistic about the recovery of Korean forests. And one of the reasons why we were able to achieve afforestation is because we had a change in the energy balance and the portfolio of fuel supply. And to couple with the afforestation efforts, we were able to really recover our forest, and now we are the world's #4 forest powerhouse. And as I said earlier, we have the same experience as North Korea, and so we know how to help North Korea. We have the know-how and the technology to help them resolve their problems. If you look at the changing forest status in North Korea, if you look at the map here,
20만 톤 정도가 감소함을 알 수 있습니다.
We have seen almost 2.2 million
36배 정도
hectare decrease in the forest land between
그래서
1910
만약에
and
26% 면적의 산림을
2010.
복원하면은 탄소 흡수량이 어느 정도
And
될까라고
so between 1990
추정을
and 2020, we have seen a decrease
2,200만 톤 정도 된다고
of
합니다.
26% of the forest
이
land.
양은 반도체 업종에서
So if
연간
we are
배출되는
able to
탄소
actually
배출량의
recover
1,700만
this
톤 정도 되니까 이
loss
부분을
of 26% in forest
offset하고도
land,
남는
then we would be able
양이라고
to
볼 수 있습니다.
absorb carbon in the amount of about
네, 앞서서 말씀드렸습니다. 산림
22 million ton, which is
녹화만을
equivalent to the
한다고
carbon
산림
emissions on an annual basis from the
하는 것이
semiconductor
아니라
sector.
에너지와 함께
And we need to carry out afforestation coupled with the energy supply plan. We need to improve the basic energy infrastructure, and also we could supply renewable energy as an auxiliary source of power in North Korea. And also one of the problems in North Korea is that there is as much as 50% of transmission and distribution loss due to the aged power generation infrastructure in North Korea. So we need to implement renewable energy, and also we need to implement ESS-based smart grid system by the village in order to reduce the transmission and distribution loss, and we can actually recharge the grid by the mile so that we can operate a smart grid for power distribution in North Korea.
네, 남북 간의 협력 결과를 한번
These
예측해
are
봤을
the
때
expected results of inter-Korean cooperation. By 2050, we would be able to secure an
당연히
additional
남북 간의
carbon sink
산림을 합치면 이것보다 많은
equivalent to what you see on the slide.
웨드의 그런
Of course, it could actually be more if you look at the potential recoverable forest land in North Korea. But if you base this on the RED Plus forecast, this is what we expect to be able to absorb further. For example, this would amount to about 40% or 50% of what's been emitted by the steel industry, and you see the related figures on the slide. And by 2050, if we combine CCUS and DAC as well, we would be able to absorb as much as 140 million tons. And that this would be able to offset the loss of jobs or reduction in production volume. And in order to successfully implement this effort, we do need international cooperation. Successful implementation of RED Plus requires inter-Korean cooperation as well as international cooperation. So our advantage is that we know North Korea better than everyone else, and we have had the same experience, and we are the same people. We are one people, so we can leverage our experience of afforestation as well as our technology, as well as our understanding of North Korea. And also, both Koreas will need to bring the world's attention to the issue so that we can make it a global agenda and we can actually win assistance and funding from the international community. And that will allow us to work together with the international organizations, setting aside the sanctions against North Korea. And North Korea's forest and land degradation is an international challenge because it's related to climate change, it hinders carbon neutrality, and if it's something that is related to the international environment, then it will garner the attention of the global community because climate change is relevant to international agreements like Paris Climate Agreement and GCF or FAO or WFP and other international organizations would pay attention to the forest and land degradation in North Korea once we expose its impact on other domains like climate change, food, energy, and so on. And here's a case study that I would like to examine. Although, even if we have a great plan, we cannot just solve the problem overnight. Actually, in the interest of the time, I will have to rush through it.
작년, 올해 그리고 계속적으로
So North Korea has been impacted severely due to flooding this year and last year, and the previous years as well. It has had a significant chain effect across different domains. So we will need to take that into account as we plan our joint response and cooperation. This is another project to reduce flood damages, and so Korea will have to achieve carbon neutrality, and North Korea will have to implement national territorial management. And the needs for these policies are indicated on the right, as have been reported by the different media outlets, including the North Korean newspaper. And these are some of the expected benefits. Once we have successful cooperation in these projects, of course, it will have an economic and environmental benefit for both South and North Korea, and also it will be able to actually improve the national image of both North and South Korea on the global stage, and also it could set an example in international cooperation for carbon neutrality. Also, it would be able to bring about reconciliation between the two Koreas, and it will contribute to the establishment of a peace regime on the Korean peninsula. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Can you hear me now? Yes? Thank you. And now we will have a discussion session with the two presenters.
넘어 끝나게 됩니다. 그래서 어려우시겠지만 일단 그 네 분 선생님하고 발제자 선생님.
So the four discussants and presenters, please make your comments within 5 minutes.
일정표 순서대로 가나다 순 같은데요. 먼저 첫 번째.
I'll first ask the first discussant, Mr. 성룡 Kang of the National Institute of Ecology. Hi, I'm Song-Yong Kang of the National Institute of Ecology. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this meaningful event. It has been really interesting, especially the second, third, and the fourth presentations cover the topics that are often mentioned and discussed in the global debate on the relevant topics. So especially the focus on nature-based solutions and relevant strategies were mentioned, and the global community is also working hard to pursue that. And those presentations really gave us a great summary of those topics. As I listened to your presentations, all the discussions that are currently going on in the global debate have been summarized really well. And even the solutions were mentioned during your presentations, so thank you very much. First of all, at the end of your presentation, Mr. Chung, you mentioned that climate change has caused many different types of disasters. Particularly, the forest degradation and soil degradation could lead to severe droughts, and this could cause negative impact on the livelihood of people. Then how should we approach or address these issues? When we consider addressing these issues, you mentioned that we need to consider the energy sector as well. Let me explain my point further. When it comes to inter-Korean cooperation and international cooperation in fighting against global climate change and preventing desertification, and the key areas are designated as the protected areas for ecosystems, and they often pursue ways to improve the livelihood of people in the regions. I'm sure in North Korea, when responding to natural disasters and these issues, they would definitely consider the livelihood of the people. And when we talk about the biosphere reserves, I think we could actually link inter-Korean cooperation with the biosphere reserve projects. So currently, 7 countries in the Northeast Asia are working together to protect such biosphere reserves areas and regions. So could you actually link your solutions or your suggested solutions with the current projects that are going on to protect biosphere reserves? Because when we cannot pursue inter-Korean cooperation right away, there can be an alternative of involving and engaging other countries to pursue multilateral cooperation.
And in climate change, in terms of climate change, we talked about carbon neutrality, and you especially focused on the impact of forest. The NGOs can first of all develop wetlands to address climate change. And also we have the Migratory Bird Partnership in East Asia, where we actually set protected areas in wetlands. And so besides forest, wetland is also one of the representative carbon sinks. So from the perspective of protected areas, I think wetland could be another option that could be considered to be designated as a protected area. In the biodiversity agreement, we have the post-2020 target. And we have this proposal to add 30% more of the oceans and land as the protected areas, so that we can increase carbon sinks. So basically, I think taking this approach of protected area designation could be a way to address our challenge. And Professor Kang, you talked about the natural disaster response, and you said that disaster, food and security, and health, they are all interconnected. I think ecosystem is really where we should begin with, whether it's forest, whether it's wetland. We will have to preserve these places, and we have to work with the international community to preserve these areas. So there could be many different priorities: drought, flood, heavy downpour, typhoon, yellow dust. These are some of the serious natural disasters in North Korea. And I think one of the big priorities is to protect the ecosystem and to protect the nature itself. And we need to prioritize the different ecological systems to protect. And I guess forest is, of course, one of the highest priorities. And so when we think about inter-Korean cooperation in the context of carbon sink, I think we can take a soft approach of designating protected areas in forests and wetlands so that we can conserve the ecosystem, and that could actually have the benefit of reducing natural disasters. And also this could lead to better energy model. And so I would like to suggest that this could be turned into use cases to be shared with the global community. Thank you. And next we have Professor Ko Sang-do of Yonsei University. Yes, thank you. Environmental cooperation with North Korea has a significant possibility for us. I think one of the reasons why the inter-Korean cooperation is not so successful today is because we have sanctions against North Korea. Humanitarian cooperation, however, is an exemption to the sanctions. And therefore, it's not a big problem when it comes to humanitarian assistance. Once we overcome the sanctions against North Korea, we have extra barriers to overcome, and that is lack of cooperation from the North Korean authority. From the ideological point of view, North Korea has the Juche ideology, which really emphasizes its independence and not getting help from external sources. So getting help from the outside can actually contradict with their Juche ideology. And they are claiming that they have become a strong and prosperous country, and so they have to build that image. And if they get help from the outside, that's going to contradict with this slogan. And therefore, North Korea does not call ODA an assistance. North Korea calls it a cooperation project with the international community because they don't want to use the word assistance when they communicate with the North Korean people. And from the technological point of view, North Korean policies are really focused on controlling the information inside North Korea. Therefore, when they cooperate with external organizations and when these external organizations visit North Korea to do surveys or research, they think of it as an act of collecting information which should be controlled. And therefore, we need to overcome this issue of lack of accessibility or transparency in information. And we need to address these obstacles in order to successfully cooperate with North Korea. So with that in mind, how should we increase the possibility of cooperation? I think there could be two ways to go about it. Number one, instead of providing food assistance, North Korea prefers development assistance. In 2005, North Korea already rejected humanitarian assistance. They are demanding development assistance. Humanitarian assistance is focused on providing them with the food, but development assistance is more about helping them sustainably develop their economy. And therefore, I think environmental cooperation in this context could be a way to enhance the cooperation as well as to make them welcome our assistance more. Swiss is already providing successful development assistance to North Korea. For example, there's a slope management program because in North Korea, a lot of the hills and mountains have been degraded. And as Dr. Chang said, there are several reasons why. Number one, they have slash and burn fields, and number two, they have logged all the trees for the firewood. So a lot of the mountains in North Korea have become barren. And prohibiting these acts and replanting trees in the Korean mountains is nearly impossible because that will be considered a threat against the livelihoods of the North Korean people. However, what Swiss is doing with North Korea is Swiss is sharing its know-how of farming on the slopes. So what Swiss is doing is you can allow people to use slopes for farming, and around these farmlands you create orchards and other farm agricultural facilities in order to prevent the loss of soil. So this has been going on quite successfully, and I think that could be something that we could benchmark as we consider cooperating with North Korea. And instead of direct bilateral cooperation, I think it's better to actually work through international organizations. That's actually the preference of North Korea as well. There are 17 permanent offices of international organizations in North Korea. There are 6 UN institutes, and then there are 6 NGOs under the EU stationed in North Korea, and they don't work individually. They created an EU Assistance Association so that they could actually facilitate cooperation with North Korea. But if we look at what we're doing right now, well, if you think about the States or Europe, half of their assistance volume or funding comes through international organizations. However, if we look at Korea, over the past 20 years, we have sought direct assistance with North Korea. So 74% of the funding that we provided to North Korea went directly to North Korea. So it's usually the government that's working directly with North Korea. However, North Korea prefers to work through international organizations. And therefore, if the government is at the forefront of inter-Korean cooperation, that could actually lead to limitations. Therefore, in the future, we will need to bear that in mind. And with that, I would like to conclude my remark. Thank you. And next we have from APEC Climate Center, Dr. Kwon Won-tae. Yes. So I would like to be really straightforward and talk about my major because a lot has been already covered by other discussants. Dr. Kang, during your presentation, you said that in the 1990s, there were an annual average of 5 natural disasters. And I think this data could be unreliable because in the 1990s, North Korea actually experienced a lot of natural disasters, and their food production actually went down by 50% in the 1990s. What this illustrates is that North Korean data on natural disasters lacks credibility, and when we talk about inter-Korean cooperation, this lack of data transparency and credibility is a big obstacle. Also, Dr. Kang, you said that there were more frequent floods along the border area, and he said that one of the reasons could be is because it's what the press reported on. In Korea, actually, Gyeonggi-do province has the most flooding. So along the armistice line is actually where you have a lot of floods from the actual meteorological point of view. So that is information that you could use for your reference. And North Korea has committed to an NDC compared to the 1990 level. Both Dr. Kang and Dr. Myung mentioned about North Korea's NDC. And I would like to know what was the reference point for reducing the carbon emissions according to the NDC, because based on national communication data with North Korea from the past, in the 1990s, North Korea emitted a lot of carbon dioxide, and since then the emissions continued to come down. As far as I know, in the 1990s, about 200 million tons of carbon dioxide was emitted, and by 2030, according to Dr. Myung, North Korea promised to reduce the emissions to about 100 million tons. So I would like to clarify what was actually the reference year that North Korea is referring to in its NDC. It's a little questionable because if you look at other countries' NDC, we said that the reference point is 2018, and all the different countries have different reference points. Some countries chose 2050, some countries chose 1990. So when we talk about NDC, we really need to make it very clear which year is the reference year. Because already North Korea has had a 50% decrease in its carbon dioxide emissions, and so we need to really have clear and accurate information in this aspect. And I also would like to say a few words about climate change. Net zero means keeping the concentration of greenhouse gases the same in the atmosphere. And so actually it would be more correct to say that we maintain the same concentration induced by human activities, because by 2100 the CO2 concentration in the air would come come down from 413 to 390 due to, for example, carbon sinks in the ocean. So we need to clarify that the concentration of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases caused by human activities should stay the same according to the concept of net zero. So I just wanted to clarify that. And regarding meteorological cooperation, we have weather forecasts and also forecasts of extreme weather events. And of course, one of the reasons for natural disasters is forest degradation, but I think having the right forecast is another way to better manage natural disasters. We have stronger winds and more precipitations, and these natural disasters are inevitable, and these disasters are aggravated by the environmental destruction. So I think meteorological cooperation is very important. And through meteorological cooperation, we can actually better manage and better prepare against these extreme climate events. And I think this could be actually one way to reduce carbon emissions as well. Of course, we cannot pinpoint the figure, but the less disasters there are, the less loss of land and forest, and therefore the less loss of carbon sink. So I think meteorological cooperation is an agenda item that is shared by the global community, and through better meteorological cooperation, we can better predict natural disasters, better manage natural disasters, and that would actually benefit both South and North Korea. In the interest of the time, I cannot go deep into that, but I just wanted to highlight that. And as the earlier discussant said, I don't want it to be a one-sided love to North Korea. I want us to cooperate on a bilateral basis. Thank you very much. Last but not least, we have Mr. Chun Dong-jun from KAI. Thank you very much for your presentations. And these three presenters are actually my colleagues, so I'm very happy to see them on the stage. And I just wanted to point out two things.
Although Dr. Myung is not here today, of course, climate change in North Korea is a good topic for us to remind us of the seriousness of climate change. I completely agree with the need to raise awareness on the particular topic, but it's possible that there can be positive impacts brought out by climate change. For instance, in Russia, as the Arctic sea routes are melted, economic benefits could be generated, and it could actually drive the economic growth of Russia. The reason why I mentioned this is not because I welcome climate change. I want to just clarify that there are positive and negative impacts of climate change, and with the positive changes brought by climate change in mind, we could also reflect them on policy making. So I think it would be much better if we can clarify what are benefits and what are the costs of climate change when considering the implications on policy making. So I ask everyone to pay particular attention on that.
And I would like to talk about Dr. Kang and Dr. Chang at the same time. So Dr. Kang, you said that there are some contradictions between the national legislations and international legislations. But actually, North Korea is not a legally recognized state according to our legislation. However, according to the international law, the North Korea, DPRK, is a recognized state. So this actually leads to issues in both investments by Korea and investments by international organizations in North Korea. And whether it's cooperation for carbon neutrality or natural disasters, when there is intergovernmental cooperation or public-private cooperation to invest in North Korea, and also when we invest through multinational companies, when we invest through international organizations, when we invest through the government, we have different scenarios and different conditions. And therefore, we need to research these different conditions. Of course, we will need to increase carbon sinks by doing afforestation in North Korea. And for example, should we apply carbon border tax to bring that benefit to us, or should we use other ways of actually effectuating the benefits? So I think the policymakers should have a clear understanding of this in order to have more effective negotiations with the international community as well. So the point of NBS was very useful and informative. So I think we should now talk a little more about cooperation with other entities and other players. So the working level people who are committed to inter-Korean cooperation could benefit from a clearer understanding of these different conditions, and I would like to ask for future research on this topic. Thank you very much, Dr. Chan. We are almost nearing the 4:30. I wanted to really finish on time as a moderator, but we had so much to talk about. Now, climate change is a global challenge. We're talking about a global challenge, and if we run 5 minutes, 10 minutes over time, it's not a big deal because we're talking about the global challenge. And so I didn't want to be too strict with the time management as a moderator. And as a moderator, I would actually like to ask 2 questions to our 2 presenters on the stage, and then I will follow up with the answers from the presenters. Earlier, we talked about natural disasters in North Korea, and we saw that a lot of them were concentrated along the border area. And the data, more than half of the natural disasters, according to this data, was flooding. There's Imjingang River and Bukhangang River along the border area, so maybe that's why there were more flooding damages along the border area. And I would like to make a suggestion here, which is, personally, I think one of the most likely cooperation projects between the 2 Koreas is one of the projects that have been going on between the 2 Koreas for a long time, and I think this could allow us to proceed further in this project. Of course, I was engaged in that project, and in the inter-Korean cooperation project, we actually see it resulting in a lot of South-South confrontation. But I have never seen anybody who criticized the cooperation on, for example, this particular project. So we think we should really focus on the insects that are harmful to the pine trees. So we should have this project to reduce these insects which are harmful on the pine trees, because this has been going on as a successful project for quite a long time. And I've been engaged a lot in the afforestation project in South Korea, and my major is international politics, so I was actually critical about these projects. I actually said that Kyoto Protocol would actually not work in Korea, for example. However, if you look at Paris Agreement, the binding power is not as strong as the Kyoto Protocol, but in terms of international cooperation, there are still a lot of limitations. And so, from the international politics point of view, when you explain about the international relations and international agreements, more often than not, international agreements change because the national policies change rather than vice versa. And Paris Agreement is not as binding as Kyoto Protocol, and a lot of international politicians point out that that is one of the weaknesses of international agreements. And so in Paris Agreement and also RED Plus, we need to look back on our failures over the past decade, and we need to examine our successful and unsuccessful experiences over the past decade so that we can ensure that our future projects would become successful. With that, I will conclude my comments, and now I would like to ask the audience who are joining us in person today if you have any questions or comments. If not, then I will hear from the two presenters today. First of all, Dr. Kang and then Dr. Chang. I would like to hear from you now. Why don't we hear from Dr. Chang first, followed by Dr. Kang? Yes. Actually, I feel that your remarks were more of comments rather than questions. I felt like I was in front of an excellent review panelist who reviewed my project and my presentation, and all of your remarks were very helpful for me. Thank you very much for that. First of all, regarding what Dr. Kang said, actually, in the interest of the time, there were things that I was not able to emphasize during the presentation. I didn't just want to emphasize for afforestation, but also ecological conservation and other aspects. NBS is currently focused on flood damage, so I focused on forest degradation in my presentation. But as you said, wetland is a big carbon sink as well, which should be preserved. In North Korea, however, flood damage seems to be the biggest natural disaster, so I emphasized that in my presentation. But as Dr. Kang said, we do need to take a more comprehensive approach that includes not just forests, but also wetlands. And regarding what Professor Ko said, you actually made a remark that I never thought about, which was regarding the project in Swiss. I actually didn't know about this project, and in my future research, I think it would be useful information to take into account in order to promote inter-Korean cooperation. And Dr. Kwan, you asked me about the NDC reference point of North Korea. If I remember correctly, I don't think I saw the baseline point. Maybe I missed it, but I cannot tell you what the baseline year was based on my memory. So the commitment was made in 2018, and they set the percentage point for reduction, but I didn't actually see anything about the baseline year. If you look at UNFCCC National Communication number 2, which was submitted by North Korea, it gives you figures about the emissions from the 1990s, but I think that could tell you which year is the baseline year. Thank you very much. And Dr. Chun, as you said, the domestic law and the international law have contradictions, and also there are some contradicting perceptions in Korea and in the international community, so I would need to take that into account when considering different scenarios for my research. So thank you very much for that comment as well. And Professor Kim Jae-han, you also made a comment about my presentation. I am not an expert in international relations. I'm a novice in international politics. So international agreement and international.
하는 것보다는 국제 관계를 먼저.
So it's important to establish international relations first before reaching an international agreement to make sure that the agreement actually has a stronger binding power. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you everyone for answering.
네,
And Dr. Kang,
감사드립니다.
thank you for your great question.
좋은 과제를 개발하고
Of course, we need to discover new agendas, and your comments will be really helpful in identifying and discovering new topics for our research. And Professor Kim always provides us with insightful opinions, and that really helps us in identifying agendas for next year, especially the topic of insects. And we'll try to review past cases and try to find the factors of successful experiences in dealing with and preventing insects harming trees. And Dr. Kang also talked about the biosphere reserves and the importance of marsh and wetland. Of course, this year we conducted some research on ecosystems and biospheres, but we didn't delve deep into the concept or the topic of biosphere reserves. We focused our research attention on MBS this year, but we will try to expand our research scope to include the wetland as well. And Dr. Kwon made a comment, and I fully agree with Dr. Kwon's comment. As we said earlier, there's always an issue of reliability and credibility, as well as scarcity of data on North Korea. So, of course, we cannot completely trust the data available about North Korea, but these data do have importance because they can be our starting point of our research. Of course, we need to complement and improve the quality of our data, but these data do bear relevance because they can be good starting points. And the fact that natural disasters are more frequent along the border, we will need to review that further, considering data. And the data we gather on North Korea are not always accurate. According to this year's VNR report, in 2016, North Korea submitted the NDC. And according to that report, South Korea would achieve the reduction by 2030 using the baseline. But in the case of North Korea, we don't have the exact baseline year when it comes to sharing North Korea's nationally determined contribution goal by the year 2030. And Professor Chan and Professor Ko talked about the institutions and systems, and Professor Ko also mentioned the cooperation in the domain of international development. Recently, when we talk about inter-Korean cooperation, humanitarian cooperation or our support tends to be gradual. So some people argue for development support in the realm of inter-Korean cooperation. I do agree with them to a certain extent. However, they're not always aligned with our legal institutions or systems, because the inter-Korean cooperation has been understood as the national cooperation among our people. So it is considered a transaction between the people on the Korean Peninsula, but it could be different when working on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Even if we invest in reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, we need to consider, although President Moon suggested the upgraded goal of 40% reduction, whether that could be included in the inter-Korean cooperation or not is a question, because we do not have the base mechanism. Because if if we make investment in reduction of greenhouse in North Korea, that should be considered as our effort by the international community. But whether that will be accepted as South Korea's effort or contribution, that's still a question because we don't have the base mechanism to determine that. So if there's any development support or cooperation support that South Korea lends to North Korea, this could actually meet with differing mechanisms in place in our legal clauses. So there are some contradictions in our legal institutions. And as Dr. Chun said, this is definitely a domain that we need to delve further into and conduct more thorough research. We are the co-host of this conference. So as the co-host of this event, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today. And also, once again, without the support of the Humanities Korea Plus Research Project Agency at HK+, we wouldn't be able to hold this event. So I would like to extend my gratitude to the HK+ Research Project Agency for co-hosting this meaningful event with us. Thank you very much.
If you look at the panelists of this session, we see 3 people from KEI, the co-host of the symposium, and also we have Professor Ko and Professor Kang and Mr. Kwon, who are all renowned experts in their own fields, and also they have an insight from the convergent perspective. So I think that made this session all the more productive. And not just this session, but also the first session also had that convergent perspective, which was very useful for all of us. And we ran 10 minutes over time, and I'm sure that was tolerable. And therefore, with that, I would like to bring this session to the end. Thank you very much.